Chapter 759. The Heaven-Defying Faction. A faction that had only appeared a few hundred years ago. The reason this name was so Chunibyu was because its creator was a young man with lofty ambitions. His name was Baldy. Jun Changshao spat out another mouthful of tea, a marvelous expression on his face. He got stronger, but he also became bald? Elder Wei said. His surname was Xie, and his given name was Baldy. This Baldy was a name he gave himself later on. It means indomitable spirit. So that's how it is, Jun Changshao said. However, Elder Wei paused, then helplessly said, when he reached middle age, he really did become bald. That's why. Jun Changshao put down his teacup, turned his face to the camera and seriously said, you have to be careful when you choose your name. Sect Master Xie must be very strong, right? Not bad. Only peak Wu Huang. The words not bad and also were used in a very flirtatious manner, causing Jun Changxiao's lips to twitch. But since this person dared to use the word heaven-defying, his strength was bound to be extraordinary. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao comforted. In this world where lifespans are generally long, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There's no need to rush. The Sect Master and Vice Sect Master were both Emperor Realm experts, so the heaven-defying faction's enemies were definitely strong. He did not approve of Elder Wei taking revenge right now, so he decided to lay low and grow first. I can't wait, Elder Wei said. This was where he was at a loss. Before, he had no cultivation and forced himself to be numb, muddling through his days. Now that he had recovered his cultivation and thought about the death of his brothers, he found it hard to suppress the urge to take revenge. Jun Changshao seriously said, give the sect some time. Once you're strong enough, this one will take revenge with you. No. Elder Wei resolutely said, this is my grudge. How can it involve the sect? For his brothers, he was willing to fight the enemy right now, even if it meant staining the battlefield with blood, even if his soul flew to the 9 heavens, he would not complain. But he would not allow the sect of all times to participate, because this was his personal grudge and should be resolved in private. Elder Wei. Jun Changshao stood up and looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. He said, this is your own vengeance. Logically speaking, I shouldn't help you. But since you're the Hall Master of the sect of all times and have done so much for the sect, how can I just sit by and do nothing? Patriarch, don't say any more. Jun Changshao had already made up his mind. I'm not avenging you. I'm repaying the debt you owe for your contributions to the sect of all times over the years. There was no room for doubt in his voice. Elder Wei had no choice but to shut his mouth and clench his fist. He said, I understand, Patriarch. I will continue to live in seclusion until I have enough strength to take revenge on them. Jun Changshao said, you can go to the training tower and the secret realm to train. Yes. Elder Wei nodded. Senior brother, what happened to Senior Wu Jue? Li Fei asked in a low voice as he looked at evil Saint Wu Ju, who was standing on the mountain peak in the backyard. Li Qingyang said, I'm not sure either. Ever since the Patriarch came to find him, he had been standing on the peak with his hands behind his back, without saying a word. There was no expression on his face. Could he be sick? Li Fei asked. Don't worry about it. Li Qingyang said, let's go and cultivate. Yes. Everyone began to get busy as usual. Occasionally, when they passed by the training field, they would subconsciously look at the peak of the back mountain. They would definitely see the old man posing. The disciples of the sect of all times could not understand evil Saint Wujue because they had never experienced the pain of being trapped in the graveyard for thousands of years and having their cultivation suppressed for thousands of years. They had never experienced the pain of losing something and then regaining it. Xiao Ziji had experienced it before. But compared to Wu Xing, it was still too far away. Evil Saint Wujue stood on the peak for 3 days and 3 nights before walking down. He then went to Jun Changxiao's study and cupped his hands, Thank you, Master. He thought that there was no hope of recovering Wu Xing in his life, but he did not expect that Jun Changshao would directly give him the 7-petal tranquil heart lotus. At that time, evil Saint Wujue did not think about how he got the 2 petals again, but his mind was filled with the thought that he could finally, completely recover his cultivation. If his mind was not stable enough, he might have already burst into tears. After all, it was not easy to get it back after losing it for so long. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, "Are you willing to join the sect of all times?" Evil Saint Wujue's soul origin was controlled and was equivalent to a servant, but he was not a member of the sect. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he had plans to take him in. As long as Master does not despise me for being an evil cultivator, I am willing to serve the sect of all times. Evil Saint Wujue said seriously. If it was when he first came to the sect of all times, he might have been unwilling to join the sect of all times due to his soul origin being controlled. But now, even if he had to return his soul, he was willing to join. It was not because of that meal. It was during the time he lived in the sect of all times that he felt the taste of home. It was something that he had never felt in his entire life of evil cultivation. Name: Ding Xingwang. What is the meaning of this name? My parents gave it to me in hopes of having a prosperous family. Pa. Jun Changshao stamped the patriarch's seal and said, "From now on, you are a member of the sect of all times. If you perform well, your soul origin will be returned." "Yes, Master. Call me Patriarch." "Yes, Patriarch." Elder Wei's strange illness was cured, and the sect of all times had a new member, Wu Huang. Ding Xingwang's injuries were healed, and the sect of all times had a new member, Wu Xing. In terms of top-tier strength, he improved by leaps and bounds. Still not enough, still not enough. Jun Changshao called the Extreme Coldness Palace's Grand Elder over and said, "Your palace lord seems to have forgotten about you. Why don't you join my sect?" It was not forgotten. He did not dare to come over and ask for it, especially when Lu Qianqian had inherited the Ice Emperor's legacy. Even now, the Extreme Coldness Palace's palace lord was still cursing the other sects behind their backs for not informing them earlier and offending the sect with the Ice Emperor's legacy. "You have the right to refuse, but," Jun Changshao pointed into the distance and said, "it's best to think carefully before answering." The Extreme Coldness Palace's Grand Elder turned around and saw Lu Qianqian leaning against the door of the main hall, her face as cold as ever. Thus, he shuddered and hurriedly said, "I agree." During the time he was sweeping the floor, he had also thought it through. This woman who had inherited the Ice Emperor's legacy was equivalent to the Ice Emperor. In the future, if she had the intention of unifying her forces in northeast Lu province, his Extreme Coldness Palace, Frost Sect, Xianling Sect, and other sects would not be able to escape. She was now a disciple of the sect of all times and was in the growth stage. If she joined the sect early on, she might be put in an important position in the future. Name: Gongsun Haohai. After sweeping the floor of the sect of all times for so long, the Extreme Coldness Palace's Grand Elder was finally moved by the author's decision to give him a name. This was a joyous occasion. After accepting Gongsun Haohai, the sect of all times had another half-step Wu Xing, and its strength had increased again. It was hard to imagine that a fifth-rate sect would have one Wu Xing, one half-saint, 2 Wu Huangs, and Jun Changshao, a 7th-grade sword and martial emperor. In terms of peak strength, the sect of all times was definitely not afraid of any second-rate or third-rate sections. Their core strength was also not inferior, because the number of martial king disciples had already exceeded 3-digit. The only weakness was the strength of the grassroots. Especially in terms of numbers, they could not be compared to the other sections. Creak. The door of the cell opened and Jun Changshao walked in. Jun Changshao, the world-defying sacred sect's half-saint, who was tied up, said angrily, "How long are you going to lock me up? I'm going to lock you up to deliver the spirit stones, Jun Changshao said. He had already ordered someone to send a letter to the world-defying sacred sect to let this half-saint return with 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, half a month had passed, and there was still no news. "Humph," that half-saint said angrily. "A small fifth-rate sect like you can't bear the anger of a second-rate sect. If you know what's good for you, quickly let me go." Bang! Jun Changshao suddenly rushed over, pressed him to the ground with one hand and said coldly, "Old man, don't put on airs when you've been reduced to a prisoner." Jun Changshao. At this moment, an angry shout came from the outside world, "Get out here!" Jun Changshao's spiritual sense spread out. In the sky outside the Iron Bone Mountain, there were 4 martial artists. 2 of them were the half-step Wu Sheng from the Bright Light Sacred Sect, who had been beaten away at the entrance of the valley. Again? Jun Changshao laughed coldly. Buzz. In the sky above the Sect of all times, the Sect protection array was instantly activated. It was not Jun Changshao who activated it, but Li Luoqiu. From the shout, she realized that the other party was definitely here to cause trouble. Whoosh! Ding Xingwang was the first to fly out of the sect and hover above the sect protection array. He looked at the 4 martial artists, especially the half-saint who had fought with him before, and laughed coldly. "Junior, you still dare to come?" that half-saint said angrily. "Despicable and shameless fellow, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one, not use underhanded methods behind my back." Previously, in the sky above the valley, he could have defeated Gongsun Haohai, but this evil cultivator had been sneak attacking him from behind, making it difficult for him to divert his attention to deal with the enemy. In the end, he could only escape in a sorry state. One-on-one? Ding Xingwang tilted his head and laughed evilly. "Are you sure?" Chapter 760. Recently, the Jianghu had been discussing that the Sect of all times had occupied the newly unearthed spirit stone vein and repelled the experts of the first and second-rate sections. As the news spread, it also caused a lot of shock. Winning the championship in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, this new generation of sects had the strength, but to be able to compete with the older sects was a bit unexpected. After Mu Changhong, Yi Tianxing and the others heard the news, they gave Jun Changshao the evaluation that this guy was getting bolder and bolder. That's not true. Among the many sects, forcefully occupying the mineral veins was simply too awesome. Of course, they were also very worried that the Hao Guang Sacred Sect and world-defying saint, who had suffered a great loss, were willing to admit defeat and did not take the next step? Of course there was. However, they had always been considering whether to send out Wu Sheng to deal with this sect with all kinds of treasures and equipment. After a period of struggle, the Hao Guang Sacred Sect still decided to take action, not only for the Spirit Stone Vein, but also for the face of their own sect. Therefore, the old man with white hair and a youthful face who was suspended in midair was a genuine expert of Wu Sheng. In terms of cultivation, he was not inferior to the great senior imperial city Lord Han. He still had his demeanor, with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with indifference. This was definitely not the arrogance and despotism of a playboy, but the pride and aura that an expert who was only second to the emperor level should have. As for the other person, he was an expert of the world-defying sacred sect, whose strength was still half a step away from Wu Sheng. He met the Hao Guang sacred sect halfway, and came to the sect of all times with the purpose of rescuing the captured semi-sage. The current situation was, outside the Iron Bone Mountain, there were 3 semi-sage and 1 Wu Sheng. The lineup could be said to be super luxurious. In the past, this level of expert might not even be seen in the second or third-rate sects, let alone in the remote southwest Yangzhou. However, Ding Xingwang was alone above the sect protecting Great Array, facing the 4 experts. Not only was he not afraid, he tilted his head and looked at the semi-sage who had been tricked by him before, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Jun Chongshao sat outside the main hall and leisurely drank a mouthful of tea. He would not appear in this kind of matter and give full authority to Ding Xingwang, who had just joined the sect. Sure enough, it was a wise decision to spend millions of spirit stones earlier. Who fainted from heartache? The system added. Seeing Ding Xingwang's extremely annoying appearance, the half-step sage of the radiant sacred sect said angrily, "Do you think you can trick me without anyone's help?" When he thought of what had happened some time ago, he was filled with anger. This evil cultivator's strength was only at the Emperor realm. If he hadn't been distracted by fighting Gongsun Haohai, he wouldn't have been defeated time and time again. Come. Ding Xingwang flew out of the sect and hovered in a relatively spacious area below. He said, "Today I won't look for any helpers. I'll have a good fight with you." Really? The half-step saint sneered. In his heart, he was muttering, "Will this guy play some dirty tricks again?" If it was an opponent from a righteous sect, he wouldn't be afraid at all. However, if it was an evil cultivator, he would have to seriously consider his options. "Elder Qin," Wu Xing said indifferently, "since he wants to fight with you, how can you refuse?" Elder Qin, who was considering whether or not to go, heard this and his mouth twitched. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and fly over. It's fine. He's just an Emperor Realm evil cultivator. As long as there's no one to help him, even if he has some dirty tricks, why should I, a half-step Wu Xing, be afraid? Thinking of this, Elder Qin stopped more than 10 feet away and said with a cold gaze, "Old man, whoosh!" Just as he started to speak, a cold wind suddenly blew in front of him. Ding Xingwang had already appeared out of thin air. His skinny palm gathered evil energy and blasted straight at him. Bang! There was an explosion, and the evil energy was rampant. Boom! The empty area outside the Iron Bone Mountain suddenly caved in, and a huge 5-finger print appeared. Elder Qin of the Bright Light Holy Sect lay in the center of the palm print. His whole body had caved in by several feet. The clothes on his chest were corroded, and a dark palm print appeared on his skin. He had already fainted with a ferocious look, but the black palm print was still releasing evil energy. It was like lines wandering around his body, slowly eroding his meridians. "Kid." Ding Xingwang floated in the air and said, "When this old man was wandering in the martial arts world, you were still wearing open-crotch pants and using urine and mud." He had knocked a half-step martial sage unconscious with a single palm strike. This old generation cultivator was indeed very domineering. Awesome! Li Fei's eyes widened. The eyes of the disciples of the sect of all times were also filled with admiration. Obviously, they did not expect the strength of the senior 5 absolutes to be so terrifying. Tisk! Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. Although the evil sect Wu Xing was very strong, he was just trash in front of him back then. Ding Xingwang knocked Elder Qin out with a single palm, causing the 2 half-step saints of the Bright Light Holy Sect and the world-defying Holy Sect to be dumbfounded. This gloomy old man's strength seemed to be only Wu Huang's. How could he have such terrifying combat strength? Could it be that he had hidden his cultivation from the beginning? Of course. As a true evil cultivator, he never relied on his aura to intimidate others. If he could hide, he would hide and then seize the opportunity to give a fatal blow. Wu Xing, who had always been indifferent, had a rare dignified expression on his face. Then, he said in a deep voice, "This is the 5 Absolutes palm. What is your relationship with the Evil Saint 5 Absolutes?" Evil Saint 5 Absolutes? The 2 half-step saints' faces suddenly changed. This was the evil sect Wu Xing from more than 3,000 years ago. He was ruthless and bloodthirsty. The number of righteous experts who died in his hands was at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Later, the medical saint of all faces took action and subdued him. Since then, he had disappeared without a trace. And the famous martial skill of the evil Saint 5 Absolutes was the 5 Absolutes palm. It was powerful and extremely vicious. Being hit by it would cause one to suffer from 5 kinds of evil energy and eventually die in pain. Jia jia jia. Ding Xingwang laughed strangely and said, "This old man has retired from the martial arts world for more than 3,000 years. Unexpectedly, there are still people who remember. Not bad, not bad." Wu Xing said in shock, "You are the evil Saint 5 Absolutes?" If he was serious just now, he was obviously a little nervous now. After all, more than 3,000 years ago, he had just entered Wu Huang's level. In terms of seniority, he was far inferior to the evil Saint 5 Absolutes. "Kid." Ding Xingwang smiled evilly and said, "This old man's 5 Absolutes palm is a secret. What do you think?" The corner of Wu Xing's mouth twitched slightly. The other 2 half-step saints gradually broke out in cold sweat. Obviously, they had already confirmed that this gloomy guy was the evil Saint 5 Absolutes from more than 3,000 years ago. Wasn't that guy dealt with by the medical saint of all faces? How could he still be alive? How could he be in the sect of all times? Elder Ding. Jun Changshao, who was sitting outside the main hall, said, "Since they have come from so far away, you will represent this seat to receive them properly. Don't be rude." "Yes, Patriarch," Ding Xingwang said. Wu Xing and the 2 half-step saints immediately understood that this elder was an elder of the sect of all times. No wonder he dared to ignore the various sects and forcefully occupy the spirit stone mine. It turned out that there was an evil cultivator Wu Xing hidden in the sect. "The 3 of you," Ding Xingwang laughed. "Do you want to go up one by one or together?" The corner of the 3's mouth twitched. Schwa! At this moment, the space shook. Ding Xingwang appeared in front of the half-step saint that Jun Changshao had chased away, and said, "If you don't go up, this old man will." Boom! That half-step saint and Elder Qin were both blasted down and fainted in the deep pit. A pitch-black palm print appeared on their chest. The half-step saint from the world-defying sacred sect was so scared that he panicked. He was about to escape, but before he could turn around, he felt a cold wind whistling towards him, and then, with a boom, he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 half-step Wu Xing had all fainted under Ding Xingwang's 3 palms. This strength was truly terrifying. Chapter 761. At the periphery of Iron Bone Mountain, 3 unconscious half-saints were lying in 3 deep pits. Although they weren't from the same family, they were lying neatly, and even their postures were the same. "That's awesome." The disciples of the sect of all times widened their eyes. Although they hadn't fought with a half-saint before, they knew from his aura that he was definitely an existence they should look up to. But now, he had killed him so easily. "Junior brother Yi," Li Fei said enviously, "when can we be as awesome as Senior Wujue?" Yi Xingchen was expressionless, but he was thinking, "You were already shocked by a saint. If you see an emperor-level attack, won't you be scared out of your wits? Our Knight Emperor's mentality is stable. However, the desire to quickly return to his peak was getting stronger. If it was before, Yi Xingchen would think that recovering his martial emperor cultivation was one step closer to revenge. But now, he was thinking, I don't want to be a bystander. I want to show off in front of my fellow disciples. The more eager he was to show off, the more it showed that his mentality had completely changed. He already had a sense of identity with the sect. The happiest person was naturally Jun Changshao when the 3 half-saints were killed in an instant. The knot in his heart caused by the millions of spirit stones that had been lost was completely untied. Worth it. Super worth it. Ding Xingwang looked at Wu Xing in the distance and said with a smile, "Kid, let this old man see your strength." Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the bright light sacred sex expert. After the shortest thought, he cupped his hands and said, "There's still a long way to go. Let's fight another day." Buzz. The space shook and disappeared. Did he run away? The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. That's too cowardly. It wasn't that he was cowardly. It was that evil Saint Wu Jue's performance was too strong. What's more, he was an elder who had broken through to the saint level more than 3,000 years ago. The bright light sacred sect's expert was naturally afraid. Facing the serious Wu Xing, he might fight, but he was afraid that this kind of unscrupulous evil sect Wu Xing would play dirty trick. At that time, he would definitely be tricked. How can you leave? Ding Xingwang's brow furrowed in displeasure, and he immediately used his space force to chase after him. He wouldn't let that guy run away. After all, he had just recovered his strength, and he wanted to find a powerhouse of the same level to fight, to exercise his aging muscles and bones. The two Wu Xing left one after another, leaving only the slightly vibrating space. Men. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Tie all three of them up." Yes. Li Fei, 7 fields, and the others began to move. He felt a sense of accomplishment for tying up 3 half-saints at once. In the prison cell, the semi-sage of the world-defying sacred sect lay weakly on the ground, wondering in his heart, "Why can't I feel the aura? Could it be that elder who came to save me, is talking to the sect of all times? Talk my ass." In this kind of situation, they would definitely torture him and make him understand the consequences of offending a first- or second-rate sect. Creak! Suddenly, the prison door opened. He tried his best to turn his head to the side and saw 3 figures flying in and then falling beside him like dead dogs. Elder Qin. Elder who? Seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, the semi-sage's eyeballs almost popped out. How did they get captured too? Furthermore, their entire bodies were black and purple, as if they had been poisoned. Sigh. Zhao Daodu shook his head and said, "Another 3 pitiful people have come." As a permanent prisoner of the sect of all times, he had witnessed too many people being sent in. He had long been able to treat them with a normal heart. Of course, he didn't know that, including the 3 who just came in, all 4 of them were half-saints. Otherwise, he would definitely be so shocked that he would shrink into the corner again. He bit his finger and exclaimed, "I'm actually cellmates with so many big shots." Hall Masterly. Jun Changshao sat in the drizzle hall, knocked on the table for a while, and said, "Send a letter to the Bright Light Sacred Sect and the World-Defying Sacred Sect. Tell them to use spirit stones to redeem 4 half-saints, 1 for each head. 3 million. Since the 2 first- and second-rate sects were so enthusiastic to send people over, he had to not let them down and extort more. Yes. Li Luoqiu immediately took action. On the same day, the members of the Drizzle Hall used various methods to send the kidnapping letter to the 2 sections. Damn it! In the main hall of the Bright Light Sacred Sect, the Vice-Patriarch angrily smashed the table and said, "What the hell is He Qingxian doing?" He Qingxian was the Wu Xing who had been scared away by old Ding. Logically speaking, there was no problem in leaving this matter to him. Why were the other 2 half-saints captured by the sect of all times, and even sent a kidnapping letter? Swish! At this moment, He Qingxian flew in from outside, then sat down on a chair, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Seeing this, the Vice-Patriarch and the others were stunned. "What's going on?" Don't mention it," He Qingxian said. "That evil Saint Wu Ju who has been missing for thousands of years is an elder of the sect of all times. I was chased by him for tens of thousands of miles and almost couldn't return." What? The Vice-Patriarch was shocked. Evil Saint Wu Ju? That's not right. Wasn't that old evil killed by the medical saint of all faces? How is he still alive in this world? An elder said in disbelief. The Vice-Patriarch said in a deep voice, "Are you sure it's evil Saint Wu Ju?" This question made He Qingxian collapse. "I'm Wu Xing, after all. If I wasn't chased by a long-established elder, how could I be in such a sorry state?" He used the 5 ultimate palms to injure Elder Qin and Elder Sun, so he must be evil Saint Wu Ju. He said firmly. "What? Elder Qin and Elder Sun were injured by the 5 ultimate palms?" The vice-patriarch suddenly became anxious. After all, he knew that this martial art was very vicious, and those who were hit by it would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. He guessed right. The 3 half-saints imprisoned in the prison had already woken up from their coma, but their skin was black and purple. Then, they curled up together, and their bodies were trembling violently. The evil chi was madly disturbing the meridians in their bodies, and it broke through their sea of consciousness and began to nibble at the deeper level of their souls. Ah! 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 Weak and painful screams sounded in the prison, and the sound was like the howling of ghosts in the night. Oh my God! Zhao Daodu curled up in the corner, looking at the 3 newcomers with ferocious faces and bodies surrounded by black qi. He was so scared that his teeth were chattering, and his scalp was about to explode. Patriarch! Outside the prison, Ding Xingwang said proudly, "After being hit by my 5 ultimate palms, you will be tortured to death by the 5 kinds of evil qi in less than 3 days. The process will be so painful that you will wish you were dead." "I can see that," Jun Changshao said. "Grandpa Ding." Yao Menjing blinked and said expectantly, "Can you teach me the 5 ultimate palms?" This, Ding Xingwang shook his head and said, "Although the power of this move is strong, the process is very painful. It's better that you don't practice it." "I'm not afraid," Yao Menjing said. Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Old Ding, since the little girl wants to learn it, you can teach it to her." Ding Xingwang said, "Okay, I will teach it to you tomorrow." "Thank you, Grandpa Ding, thank you, Patriarch." Yao Menjing left happily. Ding Xingwang said seriously, "Patriarch, this girl has the innate demon body. If you let her come into contact with the evil Sect's techniques, won't you be afraid that there will be trouble in the future? As long as she doesn't do anything that will harm the common people and kill the innocent, if there is any trouble, I will take care of it for her," Jun Changshao said. This was the philosophy of his sect. Under the premise of not doing anything harmful, disciples had the right to choose the path they wanted to walk, whether it was the martial path, the sword path, the evil path, or the demonic path. The next day, Ding Laoyan called Yao Menjing over and patiently taught her the 5 ultimate palms. The little girl had the innate demon body, so her speed in cultivating the evil Sect's techniques was very fast. In just half a day she had comprehended it, and it was amazing. In the afternoon, old Ding felt a strong spiritual power coming from the outside world. He shook his head and said, "Again?" Swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, the vice-patriarch of the Bright Light Holy Sect brought He Qingxian to the outside of Mount Ironbone and said, "Jun Patriarch, can we talk calmly?" Jun Changshao said in a clear voice, "If your honorable sect is here to negotiate with reason, then this seat welcomes you with open arms." Chapter 762. Ironbone Town, the mansion. Li Qingyang and the others stood outside on high alert. In the hall, Jun Changshao sat in the main seat in front of the round table. His hands were clasped together, and there was a harmless smile on his face. Behind him, Ding Xingwang had his arms crossed, and there was a faint evil aura around him, as if telling the world that he could make a move at any time. The vice-patriarch of the Bright Light Holy Sect and He Qingxian sat opposite each other. Their expressions were very serious, but there was more anger in their hearts. They never thought that one day they would sit down and talk with the leader of a fifth-rate sect. This was simply too embarrassing. "Both of you," Jun Changshao said seriously, "if sitting down can solve the problem, I have never liked to use violence. Who would believe that?" "Then let's have a good talk," the vice-patriarch said. Jun Changshao said, "Since we are talking, we should be reasonable first. What do you think?" The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. "If we were not reasonable, why would we sit down?" Jun Changshao knocked on the table and said, "As the old saying goes, treasures of heaven and earth are ownerless, and those who are fated can obtain them. Do you agree?" "I agree," the vice-patriarch said. Jun Changshao said, The spirit stone vein that appeared in the valley is ownerless. What's wrong with the sect of all times occupying it? That's right, the vice clan leader said. Of course. Lord Changshao leaned back and said, I've occupied the mine. You can attack me because that's your right. The vice patriarch and He Qingxian looked at each other. But Jun Changshao suddenly slammed the table and said, You can't take the vein, which only shows that you are not capable. How dare you come to the sect of all times to make trouble? His tone was very heavy and he spoke quickly. Spittle flew everywhere. Fortunately, he was far away from the vice patriarch and He Qingxian. Otherwise, his face would have been splashed. Patriarch. Old Ding whispered, Calm down. Calm my ass. Jun Changshao stood up and pointed at the patriarch, saying, Today, I'd like to ask you something. If your radiant light sacred sect occupies the mine and the other first-rate sects fail to take it, will they come looking for trouble? No. Jun Changxiao's spittle flew everywhere as he said, That's because they still want face. Unlike your radiant light sacred sect, who can't compete with others, they send stronger martial artists. Although he sounded a little agitated, it was absolutely reasonable. Many spirit stone veins had been discovered, and many sects had fought over the mining right. Even if they fought until their faces were bloodied, as long as one side lost, they would give up. They would not look for trouble with the other sections. This was a tacit understanding and an unwritten rule. Otherwise, it would be very boring to fight each other over the mineral veins and go around in circles. Jun Patriarch. He Qingxian said in a deep voice, You're the one who hurt my sect's elder first. This sentence was to tell Jun Changshao that the Radiant Light Sacred Sect came looking for trouble not because of the mineral veins, but because of a personal grudge. Please. Jun Changshao said, All of this is based on snatching the mineral veins. Don't tell me we don't fight and sit together to play scissors, stone, paper, and whoever loses will slap themselves. To put it bluntly, he said again, you just think that the sect of all times is easy to bully, that we're a soft persimmon that can be pinched at will, so don't use excuses to cover it up. His words hit the nail on the head. If other first-rate sects occupied the mineral veins, the Radiant Light Sacred Sect would not have been able to snatch it. Even if they were unhappy, they would not have come to ask for it because it was not in accordance with the rules of the martial world. I've already explained the reason. If you're not satisfied, you can continue to argue, Jun Changshao said. His reason was that the sect of all times had the ability to occupy the mineral veins. Since they lost, they should give up and not pester them again and again with the identity of a first-rate sect. In fact, this was the law of the jungle. But today, the sect of all times, weak, might not be food for the strong. He had to change it to, the weak eat the meat of the strong. Fight? You can't? Reason? You can't do it either. Jun Patriarch is right. The Vice Patriarch compromised. Our Radiant Light Sacred Sect was a little reckless. Today, they did not come to the sect of all times to reason. They just wanted to bring back the two trapped half-saints. It's great to know your mistakes and correct them. Jun Chang smiled and said, I'm not someone who haggles over every ounce. In that case, the Vice Patriarch smiled. I wonder if you can release the two elders trapped in your sect? Yes. Jun Changshao stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3 million spirit stones per person. Of course, it doesn't have to be natural. Artificial will do. The Vice Patriarch frowned. Jun Patriarch, our Radiant Light Sacred Sect really can't take out so many spirit stones. They could take it out, but they couldn't bear to. The two of them added up to 6 million spirit stones. It was an astronomical sum of money. For a first-rate sect, this was definitely a huge blow. No discord, no concord. Jun Changshao said, How about this, I'll give you a discount. 99 million spirit stones for 2 people. Old Ding's mouth twitched. Only 10,000 spirit stones less. This discount was really King generous. June Patriarch, He Qingxian said with a sullen face. He Qingxian said with a sullen face, we are here to negotiate sincerely, not to joke around. If evil Saint Wujue was not standing behind him, he really wanted to stand up and press this guy to the ground and rub his face against the floor. I'm also very sincere. Jun Changshao said, 98 million spirit stones for the 2 elders of your sect. Not a single one less. Patriarch, at least 10,000 spirit stones, Old Ding reminded. Give them a friendship price. The Vice Patriarch and He Qingxuan's faces turned ugly. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, you too should know that this elder of mine cultivates a martial art called the 5 ultimate palms. Whoosh. Old Ding raised his hand cooperatively. 5 types of yin qi filled his entire palm, instantly causing the atmosphere in the room to become abnormally cold and eerie. The Vice Patriarch's frown deepened. If he didn't know about this vicious palm technique, he definitely wouldn't have put down his pride and personally come to the sect of all times to negotiate. Jun Changshao said, 97 million spirit stones in exchange for the lives of 2 half-saints. I think your sect should be able to accept it. Why is another 10,000 spirit stones less? Old Ding muttered. Of course. Jun Changshao said, you don't have to pay. I won't kill them either. I'll give them a palm strike every 3 days to extend their lives until the end of time. The system broke down and said, this isn't a 5-step snake. If you're bitten, you'll walk 4.5 steps and be bitten again. You'll continue walking 4.5 steps in an endless cycle. The Vice Patriarch and He Qingxian were so angry that their hands were trembling. They knew that Jun Changshao definitely didn't have the guts to kill their sect's elders. However, being detained and tortured all the time wasn't a solution. Oh right. Jun Changshao said, recently, I've been preparing to set up a newspaper to report some small news in the Jianghu. The matter of your sect's elders being trapped in the sect of all times should be considered a headline. When the time comes and it spreads throughout the continent, I'm afraid it will damage your sect's reputation. The Vice Patriarch didn't understand what the newspaper meant. However, he could tell that this guy wanted to spread the news. Jun Patriarch. After a mental struggle, the Vice Patriarch gritted his teeth and said, my bright light holy sect can only take out 4 million spirit stones. You deal. Jun Changshao said. Gah. The Vice Patriarch was stunned. Jun Changshao said, hand over the spirit stones now, and I'll release them immediately. The Vice Patriarch's mouth twitched violently. Did I say too much? Should I stick to the principle and continue to say 2 million spirit stones? Outside the cell, Elder Qin and Elder Sun tried their best to walk out. The sunlight was too dazzling, making them temporarily unable to adapt to it and close their eyes. Jun Changshao walked up cordially and patted the weeds on their shoulders, saying, I've wronged you too. If you have the chance in the future, please be sure to come and visit. The door of my sect of all times will always be open for you. Just like that, the Bright Light Holy Sect paid 4 million spirit stones as ransom and happily took away the 2 half-saints. Not long after they left, the world-defying Holy Sect's representative sat on the negotiation table in the mansion's hall. Chapter 763. Creak. The prison cell opened again. The 2 half-saints from the world-defying sacred sect dragged their weak bodies out. After adapting to the sunlight, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They had broken through the 9 Ben's array in the southern desolate state and fought against peerless monsters in the northern desert state. The 2 of them could be considered veterans of the Jianghu. Who would have thought that one day they would become prisoners, and even be ransomed for ransom? Sigh. A lifetime of stains. You too. Jun Changshao said, come and play often in the future. The 2 half-saints left the sect of all times under the guidance of their companions. As for coming to play often, only ghosts would come to play. Creak. The prison cell closed again, blocking out all the sunlight. Senior prisoner number 1 Zhao Daodu was alone in a corner, secretly wiping the tears from the corner of his eyes. His cellmates had changed batch after batch, and he was the only one still holding on. This was too much of a bully. If he could turn back time, Zhao Daodu would rather pretend to be a martial emperor or Wu Sheng than pretend to be Jun Changshao. Patriarch, that kid is quite pitiful. Why don't we just let him go? Li Qingyang couldn't bear it. Jun Changshao said, sure. No. I won't go. In the prison cell, Zhao Daodu hugged the bars and cried, I want to stay here. I want to eat fried rice. Although the taste of being imprisoned was not good, Lu Wansher's fried rice had already corroded his stomach and soul. As long as he was given something to eat, he would be willing to stay in prison. There's no saving him. Li Qingyang walked out. At this moment, he saw the spiritual cat following behind Xiao Maxian with its tail raised. Its eyes flashed with an expression of being picked up, raised high, and ruthlessly thrown down. Sigh. Li Qingyang helplessly shook his head. No one who enters the sect of all times is normal, including small animals. What a concise summary. The world-defying sacred sect spent 2 million spirit stones to redeem the prisoners. The main reason was that the other party had brought along a negotiation expert, and Jun Patriarch could not win against him. In the end, he gave in step by step, reducing the price from 6 million to 2 million. The price of 1 million per head was set long ago. Asking for 6 million was just to give the other party room to bargain. As for the vice-patriarch of the Bright Light Holy Sect, it was obvious that he didn't know how to do business. He was tricked by the Jun Patriarch to directly ask for 4 million. Speaking of haggling, Jun Changshao had once met a street vendor on Earth who was selling leather shoes for 1,000 yuan. Jun Patriarch asked if he was willing to sell them for 20 yuan. Yes. Therefore, he spent 20 yuan to buy a pair of leather shoes. After wearing them for less than 2 days, he developed athlete's foot. It was a sad story. AI. Recalling the past, Jun Changshao sighed. When can we go back? Although he didn't have any relatives on Earth, he could surf the internet, watch movies, and watch beautiful women walking around on the bustling street. Moreover, with his current cultivation, he could follow the internet cable to find the readers who gave him bad reviews and personally return the blade. If you never forget, there will be an echo. The system said, as long as the host keeps developing and refreshing, maybe you can get a spaceship to travel through the universe and return to the Milky Way. Phew. Jun Changshao knew that the system was deliberately instigating him to spend contribution points, but he still looked up at the sky and said, I hope that day will come. The millions of natural spirit stones dug out from the mineral vein were all used to restore the cultivation of Elder Wei and Old Ding. However, he also earned 6 million artificial spirit stones, so the loss wasn't too big. Swoosh. Jun Changshao put the incubator of heaven and earth into the interspatial ring. The tranquil heart lotus was only left with a lonely root. Even if it was accelerated by 1.5 times, it would still take several thousand years to mature. If the space-time secret realm has no time limit, I can save a lot of time by putting the incubator inside. Simple. The system said, the problem will be solved if a higher-level secret realm is created. Jun Changshao said suspiciously, you've been instigating me to spend contribution points every day. Did you get a commission? Sigh, I thought I hid it very well, but the host still found out. The system said helplessly. Jun Changshao's expression turned into stone. Bro, you spared no effort to instigate me. The ghost hid it very well. If that's the case, I can only be honest. The system was silent for a while and said, actually, whenever you spend contribution points in the store, I can take a small part of the commission to improve the system's functions. In other words, the reason why I can exist is because the host keeps spending. What if I don't spend? What will happen if the battery is not changed? No power. If the host doesn't spend, the system won't be able to provide power. I will disappear or even disappear completely. I see. Jun Changshao said. The system said, if the host dies, the system dies. If the host doesn't spend, the system will also die. So I have my own difficulties. Every family has its own difficulties. Jun Changshao said, I can understand your difficulties. At that moment, the shadow standing under the setting sun seemed to split into two. One was his, and the other was the system. Both of them were in the same boat. If the host still needs me and wants to continue cheating, hurry up and buy something. The battery is running low. Okay. Jun Changshao opened the high-level store and randomly selected a store. When he was about to confirm the purchase, he suddenly shook his head and said, You still want to trick me? Dream on. System. It felt like it had acted for nothing just now. By your head. Every word I said just now is true. If there is even half a lie, the former sect leader will write his surname backwards. Write your head backwards. 6 million artificial spirit stones were definitely not comparable to 2 million natural spirit stones. So Jun Changshao was very willing to throw all of them into the spirit stone machine. The disciples could receive a fixed amount of spirit stones every month, or use contribution points to exchange for them. Therefore, the mission pavilion was crowded with disciples. They all rushed to exchange for spirit stones to help themselves break through faster. This also greatly stimulated their enthusiasm to do missions. After all, the spirit stones allocated every month were limited. If they wanted more, they could only rely on the contribution points from completing missions. Monk. One day, Jun Changshao stopped in front of Du Nan, who was cleaning the inner courtyard, and said, Have you figured out what I said earlier? Ba. Du Nan put his palms together and said, This poor monk has been comprehending during this period of time, but I still can't understand what Benefactor said about cultivating the heart first and redeeming others first. If you can't even understand this, don't think about redeeming others, Jun Changshao said. I'm ashamed, Du Nan said. Jun Changshao said, My sect of all times lacks Buddhist cultivators like you. Are you interested in joining us? We will provide food and accommodation. Sorry. Du Nan said, This poor monk has already entered Buddhism. Okay then. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, My Great Diamond Sutra can only continue to be stored and wait for a fated person to comprehend it. Wait a minute. Du Nan's face changed in shock. Benefactor Jun just said, Swish. Jun Changshao took out a secret book with the words Great Diamond Sutra written on it and seriously introduced it to the camera. The Great Diamond Sutra is one of the best Buddhist techniques in Buddhism. There is only one copy left in the entire Falling Star continent. It is a must-read, must-learn, must-cultivate, and indispensable thing for Buddhist disciples. Benefactor Jun, what did you say in the previous sentence? Okay then. One more sentence before that. My sect of all times lacks Buddhist cultivators like you. Are you interested in joining? Joining? Here. Jun Changshao threw the Great Diamond Sutra over. Du Nan hurriedly caught it and carefully opened it. He saw the words written on it, When you truly integrate into the sect of all times and sing with me, I will give you the Great Diamond Sutra. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 764. Name. Go Fugue. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at Du Nan. Should I call you Fugue in the future? Or your Dharma name? Dharma name. Okay, Fugue. Pow. Jun Changshao stamped the seal, and the sect had one more disciple. And this was very meaningful, because the person who was recruited was a Buddhist cultivator. At this point, the sect of all times already had the Sword Tao, Blade Tao, Evil Tao, Devil Tao, and Buddhist Tao. Patriarch. Du Nan, this Great Diamond Sutra. No rush, no rush. Jun Changshao said, When you make a great contribution to the sect in the future, I will definitely give it to you. How can it be considered a great contribution? Du Nan asked. Jun Changshao handed the broom to him, patted his shoulder and said, "Your fellow disciples are all uncouth and can't do delicate work, so I'll leave the cleaning of the inner courtyard to you. Can I refuse? The one who cleans the latrines is still missing, all right?" Du Jie took the broom and said seriously, "This disciple will work hard." Therefore, this kind of person was the easiest to fool. As long as he brought him into the pit, he wouldn't even call himself a poor monk and would directly call himself a disciple. Looking at the Purple King who wore red underwear all day, he still called himself, and he didn't even call me patriarch. However, this guy had also changed recently, and had a sense of identity with the sect of all times. It wasn't because of his family, nor was it because of food, but because a small fifth-rate sect had actually made a first-rate sect suffer. This was simply inconceivable. Recalling what Jun Changshao had told him about the human-demon combination in the prison cell, he couldn't help but think, such a promising sect, it should be very easy for this king to cooperate with it and make a great achievement. Shua. Jun Changshao lay on the chair in the study room, opened the cultivation technique pavilion, locked onto the Great Diamond Sutra, and muttered, "Although this kind of Buddhist martial art can be exchanged for only 66 books, it's not easy to find." It turned out that he wasn't bluffing, there really was such a supreme Buddhist mental cultivation method. Unfortunately, they could only look at it and not buy it. With the increase in the disciples' level, it's time to purchase some higher-level martial arts technique. Jun Changshao stroked his chin and said, "As of now, the 5 elements heavenly appraisal technique, crimson sky raging flame slash, and 7 mysterious sunglow break were the 3 strongest martial arts of the sect of all times. They were not inferior to a first-rate sect with a strong foundation. However, Jun Patriarch felt that it was too little. Because there were many disciples, there had to be many martial technique. Only then could there be a variety of martial technique. Jun Changshao did not wish for the tens of thousands of disciples to only know 1 or 2 high-grade martial technique. How boring would it be if they kept repeating their moves when fighting with others? The system said, "You want to change the number of words, right?" Scram. The news that Jun Changshao had detained 4 half-sages from a first-rate and second-rate sect had not spread. Therefore, the outside world was still stuck on the fact that the sect of all times had occupied the Spirit Stone Mine. This incident gradually faded away, and the Jianghu became peaceful again. On one hand, Jun Changshao was thinking about enriching the martial arts library of the sect. On the other hand, he was organizing the disciples to prepare for the difficult mode of the life and death secret realm. Phew! One day, the sound of a breakthrough came from the inner courtyard. Jun Changshao, who had just come out of the training tower in the back mountain, grinned and said, "The Ning brothers are finally going to break through." Yes. Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue, who had been stuck at the peak of Martial King for a long time, finally found an opportunity to touch the level of Wu Huang. The breakthrough was just like that. It was effortless. All in all, the two had long been qualified to advance. It was normal for them to break through to the Emperor level. At this point, Jiang Ye was the only one left in the sect of all times who used to be F4. He was so anxious that he banged his head against the wall all day long. Why was it the former F4? Because the sect of all times had 2 more elders, namely Ding Xingwang and Gongsun Haohai. They could now be called the 6. Great King Kong. Don't worry. Elder Gu comforted him. It will happen sooner or later. As the 4th elder, he came with Wu Huang's cultivation when he entered the sect. It could be said that it was easy for him to say that. Jiang Ye felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. He didn't have that much desire for cultivation, but as the first elder of the sect of all times, he was at a disadvantage in cultivation. This was really a shame to the patriarch's cultivation. Not to mention, only when his cultivation was higher could he find his lost sister. Jiang Ye wouldn't forget his original intention of joining the sect of all times. Whether Jun Changshao forgot this matter or not, he was also vigorously developing the intelligence agency. At present, the sect was already stronger than the demon fiend sect in terms of intelligence. Hall Masterly. On this day, Jiangye came to the drizzle hall again and said, "Is there any news?" Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, "You gave too few clues. It's too difficult to find her in the vast sea of people." Jiangye left dejectedly. Since the establishment of the intelligence agency, he would come to ask every day. Although he knew that there was no hope, at least there was hope. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked into the hall and said, "There's something I must report to you." Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu said, "I've found some clues about Elder Zhang's sister, but she might already be gone. You didn't tell him?" No. Li Luoqiu could see that Jiangye cared a lot about his lost sister, so even though she knew that there were clues, she didn't dare to tell him, afraid that he wouldn't be able to take the blow. Jun Changshao said, "Confirm it carefully. If the information is true, then tell him. After all, people live without joy and sorrow." Li Luoqiu left. But just as she walked out of the hall, she saw Jiangye walking down the stairs like a zombie. Whoosh whoosh. The dark clouds that shrouded the sect of all times finally couldn't hold it back any longer and began to pour down in a line. Jiangye walked in the outer courtyard with his shoulders drooping, letting the rain wash his body, letting the raindrops flow down his cheeks, touching his lips with a bit of bitterness. Unknowingly, he walked to the peak of the back mountain, then sat on a rock with his whole body wet. His hands were tightly clenched, his fingernails deeply embedded in his flesh, and traces of blood splashed down along with the rain. What happened to Elder Jiang? Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others who went to the training tower were all surprised. Over the years, Jiangye gave them the feeling that he was very free and evil. They had never felt so depressed and dispirited before. According to the information obtained by the Drizzle Hall, your sister has been gone for many years. At that time, you should still be practicing martial arts, so... Jun Changshao walked over and said, "Some things can't be changed by hard work." "I understand." Jiangye let out a slightly hoarse voice. He really understood, but he never wanted to face it directly. He used time and time again to ask and used time and time again to force himself to comfort himself with the fact that his sister was still alive, but it was very difficult to find her in the vast sea of people. He created a picture for himself in his heart. In the picture there was Jiang Town, his old house, his sister, and his parent. That was a beautiful wish, but until it was pierced, all of his wishes were shattered. Jun Changshao used his aura to block the rain, then put a jar of old wine on the rock and said, "Although drinking to drown your sorrows is even more sorrowful, at this time, a man should drink to his heart's content and vent his suppressed emotions." Jiangye slapped away the mud seal, grabbed the jar of wine, and gulped it down. The rain and tears on his cheeks mixed into the wine, and the taste was sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. The drink was also filled with joys and sorrows. Jun Changshao slapped away the mud seal, raised the jar of wine, and drank with him. At this time, the only thing he could do was accompany Elder Jiang to his heart's content and drink until he was dead drunk. After a jar of wine went down his stomach, Jiangye was already swaying. He threw the jar of wine away, pointed to the sky and cursed, "Damned heavens, why are you so cruel?" Burp. Jun Changshao burped. Thinking about how he had transmigrated, his face flushed red as he pointed to the sky and cursed, "Damned heavens, why are you so heartless?" Boom! Boom! 2 bolts of lightning fell from the sky, directly exploding below their feet. The two instantly sobered up and said with a shiver, "Just kidding, just kidding." P.S. 5th update, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 765. The next day, after Jiangye woke up, he also broke through to Wu Huang. The whole process could be described as confusing. Even when he felt the unprecedented level and power, he was still wondering how he had broken through. The reason was very simple. The knot and burden in his heart were released in yesterday's painful drinking. God's help might also have played a little role. Sister. Jiangye stood in front of the bronze mirror and tidied his clothes. Looking at his handsome face, he murmured, "I will live well for you and my parents." Creak. The door opened and he stepped out. The sun was warm after the rain. Jiangye stood outside the courtyard and closed his eyes, feeling everything in the world with his heart. He seemed to have been sublimated. "Good morning, Elder Jiang." "Good morning." Elder Jiang seems to be more handsome. Nonsense. When will Elder Jiang teach Wu-Tang? I still have questions about martial arts waiting for you. Right now. However, when Jiangye saw Shangguan Xinyao also enter the Wu-Tang class, he hurriedly pulled Mr. Go, who was passing by, and said, No, I drank too much yesterday and have a stomachache. Mr. Go, help me teach today." Okay. Mr. Go readily agreed. However, as soon as he walked into the Wu-Tang class, he saw Shangguan Xinyao sitting upright. He hurriedly ran out and shouted, "Come back! I'm leaving." Jiangye pretended not to hear him and ran away. Outside the main hall, Jun Changshao saw that not only did he break through to Wu Huang, but he also recovered from his sad mood. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Birth, old age, illness, and death were eternal. The living should not be too immersed in grief. It was important to face the future with a better attitude. Patriarch Li Luoqiu came over and said, "I just received news that the previous investigation was wrong. The deceased is not Elder Jiang's sister." Jun Changshao said, "So she is still alive?" Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, "I can only confirm that the target is not the person I'm looking for. As for whether he's alive or not, I can't be sure." Jiangye had provided too little information, and the Starfall continent was so vast that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone who had been missing for a long time. "If we can't be sure, then there's still hope." Jun Changshao said, "Let's tell Elder Jiang about this." Yes. Li Luoqiu called Jiangye over. After he heard the news, he was startled at first, then immediately became wild with joy. There was still hope. There was still a glimmer of hope. Hall Masterly. Jiangye suppressed his excitement and said, "Please pay more attention. If there's any news, good or bad, please let me know." "Okay," Li Luoqiu said. Jiangye walked out of the drizzle hall. At that moment, he saw that the sky was even bluer. He was in a very good mood to see who was more handsome. The Life and Death Secret Realm CD had already cooled down. Most of the disciples began to gather at the entrance to challenge in groups, hoping to break through to a higher level. Lacking the wood element, lacking the fire element, all kinds of group chants were shouted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Core disciples like Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji did not rush in because they were waiting for the Patriarch to call them to challenge the hard mode. Challenging the normal mode was already very difficult. Challenging a higher level mode would definitely be full of excitement. "I can't wait." Li Fei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Li Qingyang said, "The training mode this time is higher than before. When you go in, you must be extra cautious." The core disciples were all waiting for Jun Changshao's call and were all actively preparing. Even Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were no exception. What the two of them were after was not excitement, but the instant after the excitement that would give them a pleasant feeling. 3 days later, Jun Changshao called the disciples over. This time, he was also very cautious when exploring the hard mode. He directly sent out 200 Martial King disciples, and even brought along Jiang Ye, the Ning brothers, and Gu Lao, the 4F4. Ding Xingwang and Gongsun Haohao did not go, because Wu Xing and Semi-Sage were not allowed to enter in the hard mode. "Let's go." At the entrance of the secret realm, Jun Changshao said in a clear voice. "Shua! Shua!" 200 Martial King disciples and 4 Elder Wu Huang walked in under his lead. The hard mode was really difficult. It was so difficult that the author didn't even have any ink to write. He directly activated the 10,000 words ellipsis escape technique and flipped through it. Who? In the illusory land of the third stage, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Li Fei directly spread out his arms and said weakly, "We were almost finished." The camera panned back and could see that out of the 200 disciples who entered, after passing the 3 stages, there were as many as 80 people who were eliminated. However, he still passed. Other than those who were eliminated, all the participating disciples were rewarded with experience points, and their realms had all increased by 1 stage. Jiang Ye, the Ning brothers, and Elder Guo had also broken through, but they were so tired that they could only stand on the spot and wipe the sweat off their foreheads. Jun Changshao, who was at the front, held onto the green dragon crescent blade, his entire body emitting the aura of advancement, and he successfully broke through to the 8th stage of the Sword and Martial Emperor. For a genuine Sword Emperor to always fight with a saber, it was truly inconceivable. The main reason was that he didn't have any suitable swords. Although the true Yang sword was not bad, it was still a distance away from the green dragon crescent blade with special effects. Not to mention, the meaning of the Sword Emperor realm was that it could stack with martial arts and make one's strength stronger. Unless he used a trump card like the 10,000 swords returned to Sect, Jun Changshao would prefer to use a blade to chop, because it was simpler and more violent. Previously, when he chased after the semi-sage under the setting sun and slashed randomly, the feeling of the scene immediately came out. If he held a sword and slashed randomly under the setting sun, he might be thought of as a big sand sculpture. Although the hard mode was a success, so many disciples were eliminated in the 3 stages, it was still a failure. It didn't matter. With this experience, he would have enough confidence to challenge the hard mode next time. After all, now that he knew the root of the problem, it would be easier to fight again. Of course, Jun Changshao also realized a problem. The disciples' cooperation was impeccable, but they lacked a combination of martial arts, such as the 7 stars moon capturing formation of the Lily Saint sect. Especially in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, the first-rate sects all had formation-type martial arts, and when used, the power was quite terrifying. The system said, "The store is all-inclusive, there is nothing you don't have." Here it comes again. Jun Changshao finally couldn't take it anymore and opened the high-grade store. However, after looking carefully, he only found that there were high-grade sect protecting formations, and there were no martial arts-type formations. The enemies are getting stronger and stronger, and the middle-grade sect protecting formation is obviously not enough. I can consider getting a high-grade one. Jun Changshao didn't hesitate and spent 10,000 contribution points to buy a high-grade sect protecting formation. This kind of higher-level formation was not only stronger in defense, but also covered a wide range. When it was all set up, the Iron Bone town at the foot of the mountain was also covered. In the past, the middle-grade sect protecting formation only protected the sect. Now that it covered half of the Iron Bone mountain, it was really amazing. High defense and high coverage meant high consumption. As long as it was activated once, it would consume 100 contribution points. So expensive. Jun Changshao was speechless. Back then, when the system had just been activated, the upper limit was only 100 points. Now, opening a high-grade sect protecting formation required 100 points, which meant Jun Changshao stood in the main hall, took a puff of his cigar, and said calmly, "I have become stronger and richer." Chapter 766. With a stronger sect protecting formation protecting the sect, Jun Changshao felt extremely comfortable lying in the wooden tub and taking a bubble bath. Pa. Pasting the mask on his face, he patted it with his palm and leaned the back of his head against the wall of the tub, murmuring, "I must get a formation-type martial technique." Life and Death Secret Realm was the most direct and effective way to increase one's realm, but the difficulty was too high. There was no problem with the disciples' cooperation. If there was a fixed number of people to form a formation, it would definitely increase their combat power and make it easier to pass. Jun Changshao really had to seriously consider this problem, because based on the recent situation, the Sect of All Time's disciples could only perfectly pass the simple mode in the life and death secret realm. Although the normal mode had a high clearance rate, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Not to mention the hard mode, the Patriarch and Elder personally led the team and almost got wiped out. Although the simple mode and normal mode could be played repeatedly, the higher the level, the lower the experience points. Therefore, challenging the hard mode would inevitably become the mainstream in the future. If they didn't have the strength to challenge it, it would only be a waste of time. Therefore, to increase the overall strength of the disciples, they had to rely on formation martial technique. Not to mention, there was also the hell mode. From the hard mode, Jun Changshao firmly believed that even if the secret realm didn't have a limit on the number of people in a team, sending all of the Sect's top forces would definitely result in the team being wiped out. In this regard, Yi Xingchen had the right to speak, because he had experienced it himself. For that kind of saint-beast level existence, even if 10 wusheng were to be transferred, they would still be sent to die. What was hell? It was the place that would make you collapse and despair. With Jun Changshao's personality, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied with the hard mode. He had to challenge the hell mode. If the disciples' strength didn't increase enough, they definitely wouldn't be able to play it. Schwa. He opened the technique pavilion and looked carefully. Although there were all kinds of amazing martial techniques, they were all for individual use and there were no formation-type martial techniques. The system urged, "Go to the store." "Okay," Jun Changshao said, "Schwa." He finally made up his mind and boldly clicked on the mid-tier store. As a result, he was despised by the system. If you want to farm, go for the high-tier stores. What kind of hero is farming mid-tier stores? I'd love to, Jun Changshao said. There was a reason why he was so cowardly. It would cost him 10,000 contribution points to refresh the advanced shop once. The intermediate level was 100, and the advanced level had soared to 10,000. This kind of hundredfold increase left Jun Changshao dumbfounded. Of course, there was a reason why it was expensive. At least from the initial high-level store, the goods were still relatively good. There wouldn't be too many useless goods. However, Jun Changshao refused to play. If he used 10,000 points to refresh the intermediate merchant shop, he would be able to refresh it 100 times. If he was slightly lucky, he would be able to obtain a few useful items. He would definitely make a profit. Then go ahead, the system said. Who? Jun Changshao took off the mask and dipped his head into the water. After a very metaphysical prayer, he began his first refresh. Ding, a brand new product appeared. After looking at it carefully, there was indeed nothing useful. This left him with no choice but to buy a multifunctional massage chair and continue to refresh. Schwa, schwa. After refreshing 4 times in a row, not to mention a formation martial skill, even a single martial skill was not available. This caused Jun Changshao to collapse. My luck value must be fake. Failure is the mother of success. Don't be discouraged, don't be discouraged. Continue to refresh. The system encouraged. Continue. Jun Changshao adjusted his state of mind and continued to refresh. The 6th time, he finally got something good. It was still the 2nd volume of the 7 Profound Rays of Light. 2 ha ha. Jun Changshao jumped out of the bathtub with a schwa, holding the bath towel and waving it around. As the strongest martial skill in the sect, the 7 Profound Rays of Light was only a fragment of the 1st volume. Now that there was a fragment of the 2nd volume, it was definitely worth being happy about. This was because the more this martial skill was learned, the more light it would condense, and the stronger it would be. Moreover, according to the introduction, The complete version of the 7 profound rays of light was a martial skill above the divine grade. Don't get excited, the system said. Maybe there are a total of 999 scrolls. F***ck off. Jun Changshao opened the details, and when he saw that the price was 5,000 points, the corner of his mouth twitched. The first volume is only 1,000 points, why is the second volume so expensive? I'll buy it even if it's expensive. Ding. The host has spent 5,000 contribution points and obtained the 7 profound rays of light remnant scroll X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 439650000. The system said, I still have a lot of contribution points to help the host. Do you want to release them all? Jun Changshao was not in the mood to answer him, and took out the second volume of the 7 profound rays of light to look at. Similar to the first volume, whether it was the chants or the words in the secret manual, they all seemed to contain some kind of complicated profound meaning. Hiwudi was the clearest about this kind of profound meaning, because it contained the secrets of the Holy Master Realm. As long as he could figure it out, his cultivation would definitely reach a certain level and advance a step further. Unfortunately, with Jun Patriarch's current cultivation, even if he felt that it was strange, he would not be able to touch it even if he used all of his brain cells. That's not right. He placed his palm on the secret manual and asked in surprise, why is it so warm? This kind of warmth was about the same as the body temperature. It was as if someone had stuffed it into their arms and warmed it up for a long time. Moreover, there was also a faint fragrance. Jun Changshao sniffed and said, is it the smell of roses? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In a dark place, a deafening rumble rang out. A figure was pushed back by the force of the impact, only stopping after flying for several hundred miles. Wherever he passed, a long and deep trench was left in his wake. Buzz! The space slightly shook, and a graceful woman in black clothes wearing high boots appeared. Her beautiful eyes revealed a cold, killing intent, and she said, where is my remnant scroll? Your Majesty, didn't you keep the remnant scrolls close to your body? This subordinate. I've never seen it before. In the end, the martial artist's face was filled with grievance and despair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The woman in black began to bombard the sky and earth. The area immediately caved in for dozens of miles, and the pitiful martial artist's face was bruised and swollen, and he completely fainted. Damn it! The woman clenched her 10 fingers tightly together, and said with killing intent, don't let me catch the thief who stole the secret manual, or else I will break his tendons and bones, twisting him into a fried dough twist. Jun Changshao, who had just come out of the wooden tub and put on his clothes, suddenly shivered and thought to himself, why do I feel a little cold? The system complained, soaking in the bath for 2 hours, how can you not be cold? Patriarch. Li Qingyang stood outside and said, Junior brother Su is back. Jun Changshao was stunned. So fast. Calculating the time, this brat had only left the sect of all times for 1 or 2 months. Could it be that he had already successfully infiltrated and stolen Lu Qianqian and Fang Lingyu's information? Patriarch. Just as he walked into the main hall, Su Xiaoma hurriedly stood up. His appearance did not change much, but he was slightly thinner. It seemed that he did not eat well. Fortunately, Lu Wanshur did not see him, or else she would be so distressed that she would cry. Jun Changshao sat down and said, have you investigated thoroughly? Su Xiaoma said, I have already infiltrated the Taishan Xingzong, but I am only an entry-level disciple now, and am unable to infiltrate deeper. Then why did you come back? Jun Changshao asked. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said with a smile, I just happened to be given a mission to the southern Baron State, so I came over to take a look. What mission? Jun Changshao asked. Su Xiaoma said, They asked me to deliver a letter to the Southern Barren States, Ding Yuan Holy Sect. Deliver a letter? Jun Changshao was stunned. For such a first-rate sect, letters were delivered? Even if it was not a high-grade spirit seal, there should at least be a messenger pigeon, right? Chapter 767. First-rate sects must have a higher level of information exchange channels. Letting Su Xiaomo run errands to deliver letters was one of the most common tasks of the disciples, and it could be considered a preliminary test. However, as soon as he sneaked into Taishan Shengzong, he was able to deliver letters. It could be seen that they also saw that Su Xiaomo's legs were good, and he was more quick-witted, so he was the most suitable for this kind of thing. Take it out for me to see, Jun Changshao said. Su Xiaomo hurriedly took the letter out of the space ring, but reminded, Patriarch, the letter is sealed by a formation. You must not break it by force, or it will be noticed by the elders of the Taishan Shengzong Formation Hall. It's not difficult, Jun Changshao said. Go, call Elder Zhen. Su Xiaomo's mouth twitched. At this moment, he had realized that the Patriarch had to crack the letter. Not long after, Zhen Dejuan walked in and understood the Patriarch's meaning. After careful observation, he said, Patriarch, this formation is only the simplest. Not only can it be easily broken, but it can also not be spied on by the person who set it up. Su Xiaomo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not discovered, he could continue to go under cover. Otherwise, there was no need to go back this time to visit the sect. Break it, Jun Changshao said. Okay. Zhen Dejuan was really clean and quick. In a short time, he broke the small formation on the letter. Jun Changshao took out the letter inside and saw that it said, The Demon Valley is about to open. Please prepare as soon as possible. Don't delay the time. The content was very short. There was no earth-shattering secret. However, Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, What is the Demon Valley? Zhen Dejuan said, This is a forbidden area left by the Demon Emperor. There are many martial arts resources such as secret manuals, spirit stones, equipment, and so on. It will be opened to the public at a fixed time every year. Can we go? Jun Changshao said. Zhen Dejuan shook his head and said, The first and second-rate sects have jointly issued a statement that only designated sects can enter the Demon Valley. Other sects are prohibited from entering. Jun Changshao said, The Demon Emperor has already fallen, and the forbidden area he left behind has long been ownerless. What right does a first and second-rate sect have to deprive other sects of the right to enter? This was the reason why he hated those self-proclaimed righteous sects and clans. They had completely placed themselves at the highest point, using the appearance of an expert to point fingers at the other sects and order them around. Zhen Dejuan said, The Demon Man Valley is full of danger. If a sect without enough strength enters, it will often end in total annihilation. That's why the big sects strictly prohibit entry. Furthermore, he paused for a moment and said, Some people say that this may be a trap set by the Demon Emperor before he died. He wants all the major sects to jump into it. Although they can obtain martial arts resources in the end, they will also have to pay a terrible price. This is similar to the man who started the Age of Discovery. Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, If the sect of all times insists on going to the Demon Valley, will the first and second-rate sects stop us? They won't. Zhen Dejuan said, After countless bloody lessons, the strength of the sects is not above the second rate. Even if they are qualified, they won't dare to enter. Is it very dangerous? Very dangerous, Zhen Dejuan said with a serious face. Jun Changshao said, When you say that, I am really a little tempted. Zhen Dejuan's mouth twitched and said, Patriarch, I think this matter must be carefully considered. After all, it is not entering the life and death secret realm. If you fail, you will only be weak for a while. If you fail to enter the Demon Man Valley, it means death. Jun Changshao said, A real warrior dares to face death. A real warrior can only grow through wind and rain. Zhen Dejuan, when will the Demon Man Valley open? Jun Changshao said. This Zhen Dejuan pinched his fingers and calculated, about 6 or 7 months. It's still early. Jun Changshao stuffed the letter into the envelope and handed it to Su Xiaoma. Don't waste time, send it over quickly. Yes. Su Xiaoma said weakly. Patriarch, can I leave after eating? He had not eaten the food cooked by junior sister Lu for a while. It could be said that he was worried and could not sleep at night. Now that he had come to the sect to take a look, it was mainly for this reason. Yes. Jun Changshao paused and said, by the way, what name did you use in Taishan Xingzong? This, Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said weakly, Go Xing. Boom. Boom. There was a loud bang in the hall. In the cafeteria, Lu Wancher sat on the side, holding her chin and said, Senior brother, you have lost weight. Munch, munch. Su Xiaoma, with a big bump on his head, wolfed down all kinds of delicious food. At that moment, his soul seemed to have flown beyond the clouds. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a big bowl of soup, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said with a smile, Junior sister's cooking is still the best. The food in Taishan Shengzong is simply plain tea. Lu Wancher said, Junior brother, when you come back from being undercover, I will cook for you every day. I guarantee that you will be white and fat in a few days. And, after Su Xiaoma finished eating, he said goodbye to his fellow disciples and left the sect of all times. Lu Qianqian leaned against the door of the hall and said, Patriarch, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Why did you let junior brother Su take the risk to be undercover? Jun Changshao said, This kind of thing is actually a kind of test for him. Lu Qianqian frowned and said, It will be very dangerous if he is discovered. Jun Changshao turned to look at her and said, As the eldest senior sister, you can care about your junior brother. You have made a lot of progress. Lu Qianqian turned and left. Oh right. Jun Changshao said, I heard that the Demon Valley is about to open. I plan to take you inside to explore. Lu Qianqian stopped and said, The Demon Valley is very dangerous. If you don't have the strength of a second-rate sect or above, you will be doomed. However, if Patriarch insists on going, this disciple will comply. We will see. Jun Changshao said, I haven't thought it through yet. Su Xiaoma successfully delivered the letter to the Ding Yuan Holy Sect. Because of his fast speed, he was praised by the hall master of the Taishan Xingzong, who was in charge of missions and transferred to him as a clerk. Go Xing, you are good. You are valued so quickly. In my opinion, you will become an official outer disciple in a few months. I am just lucky. Unlike senior brother who has become an outer disciple at such a young age, it is certain that he will be promoted to an inner disciple in the future. Senior brother Zhang, don't move. How can I let you do this kind of thing? Let me do it. Su Xiaoma had fully regarded himself as a disciple of the Taishan Xingzong and tried to build a good relationship with the disciples who joined earlier to lay the foundation for further information. Hall Master Jin, this new disciple Go Xing is good. He is a seedling that can be cultivated. An elder commented. Hall Master Jin smiled and said, Elder is right. Under normal circumstances, new disciples were not welcomed in big sections. However, Su Xiaoma used his cleverness to tell the world that as long as he was humble, he could build a good relationship with them. The path of being a spy was very dangerous. However, with this guy's thick skin and personality, as long as he was not discovered, he could definitely make a name for himself in the Taishan Xingzong. In the future, he could accidentally become a core disciple or an elder. Don't be surprised. It was really possible. Of course, Su Xiaoma had no interest in the Taishan Xingzong. All his performance was based on infiltrating the inner sect as soon as possible to obtain useful information and then return to the sect. He would eat Lu Wansher's food every day and chat with Li Fei and the others when he was not cultivating. 3 months later, the cooldown of the Sect of All Time's Life and Death Secret Realm was restored. As usual, Jun Changshao organized 200 Martial King disciples and 4 elders to challenge the hard mode. Because of the experience, the pass was smooth this time. However, more than 10 people still died and could not get the full achievement. Now that I am a 9th grade sword and martial emperor, I am closer to reaching the peak and activating the epic mission. Another 3 months passed. Jun Changshao led the disciples to challenge the hard mode again. Although there were no casualties, the experience given decreased significantly. They did not break through to the peak of the sword and martial emperor. This is more F***ket up. Jun Changshao broke down. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Are we still going to the Demon Valley?" "Of course," Jun Changshao said. During this time, he had thought it through. If he could pass the hard mode for the 3rd time without any injuries, he would go to the Demon Valley. I don't believe it. How could the forbidden area left by the Demon Emperor not be able to pass the life and death secret realm? The system broke down. It's clearly because of the side mission that you are so active. When do we leave? Li Qingyang said with a burning gaze. Originally, he was the only normal person in the Sect of All Times. However, under the influence of Jun Patriarch, he gradually went from the path of seeking stability to the path of death. Prepare. Jun Changshao said, "We leave tomorrow." Yes. P.S. Monthly votes. Chapter 768. The Demon Valley was located in the southern Barren State. According to the rules set by the major sects, it was the Ding Yuan Holy Clan's turn this year. However, this sect had been a little depressed recently, because they didn't want to enter the Demon Valley very much and didn't want to sacrifice a large number of disciples for martial arts resources. There were a lot of things in the Forbidden Land left by the Demon Emperor, but whether one could get more or not depended on one's luck and strength. Some sects often gained very little when they entered, and many of them died inside. For example, last year, a second-rate sect sent thousands of disciples and more than a dozen martial kings in. In the end, they only got a small number of spirit stones and ores, but more than half of them died. It was not worth it at all. In that case, why were the major sects so happy to go in? In the end, it was because there were a lot of high-level martial arts, weapons, treasures, and so on in the valley, which were really tempting. The Great Origin Sacred Sect was depressed. If they were lucky enough to obtain a sage-level martial art after entering, then they would have profited greatly. However, they were worried that they wouldn't obtain anything and would end up suffering heavy casualties in the end. The rules were set and it was their turn again. They had to go, so it was a little awkward. Some sects wanted to enter the Demon Valley, but they could only wait anxiously for their turn. The weaker sects didn't want to go, but they had to bite the bullet because of the rules. Patriarch, an elder of the Ding Yuan Holy Clan, suggested, "Just send 5 Wu Huang and 20 martial kings." Agreed. Many elders expressed their support. 5 Wu Huang and 20 martial kings could be considered a luxurious lineup, but it also required a huge risk because if there were any casualties, the sect would definitely suffer a great loss. After thinking carefully, the Patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Clan decided, "Then we'll follow the first elder's suggestion and send 5 Wu Huang, 20 martial kings, and 500 disciples into the Demon Valley." However, just as this second-rate sect was about to set off with a large group, Jun Changshao had already rushed over with his disciples from the border of the southern Barren State. Their configuration was: the Patriarch had 9th-grade sword and martial kings, 4 elders of Wu Huang's level, and 200 disciples of martial kings. Over the past 6 months, Jun Changshao had ordered the Drizzle Hall to investigate the Demon Valley in detail, and he was certain that all the major sects had suffered heavy casualties when they entered and exited the valley. To ensure that nothing went wrong, He had directly sent a group of people to clear the valley without suffering any injuries. The lineup sent by the paramount sage sect could only be described as luxurious. The lineup sent by the sect of all times could definitely be considered extremely luxurious. On the way, Li Fei asked, "Second senior brother, how far is the Demon Valley?" "About 2,000 kilometers," Li Qingyang estimated. Sevenfield said, "There are many powerful ferocious beasts or spirit beasts in the valley?" Li Qingyang said seriously, "Not only that, there are a lot of them." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of Li Fei, Sevenfields, and the others instantly became heated. Although he had entered the life and death secret realm many times, failure did not mean death. Without excitement, entering the dangerous Demon Man Valley would definitely give him a different feeling. Under Jun Changxiao's tutelage, as well as their high cultivation, the disciples of the sect of all times were really good at courting death. Each of them liked to jump around the edge of death more than the other. In short, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Poochie! Poochie! In the sky, the Demon Ridge Black Eagle flapped its wings and flew slowly. Jun Changxiao stood on top of it and said, "Girl, why are you sulking along the way?" "No, no." Yao Menjing said. Since the Demon Man Valley was created by the Demon Emperor, Jun Changxiao would naturally bring her, who had awakened the innate demon body, over and look forward to obtaining opportunities inside. Patriarch. Yao Menjing whispered, "I heard from Grandpa Zhen that when the Demon Man Valley opens, there will be many big sects coming. I'm worried. I'll be discovered by them." Although the little girl was young, she gradually understood that she was a demon cultivator and was not accepted by the world. She was a big disaster. "Don't worry," Jun Changxiao said, "as long as you keep running the hidden cultivation technique, even the martial emperor will find it difficult to detect that you are a demon cultivator." This kind of martial arts technique, which he Wudi brought from a high-level plane, was perfect in hiding one's cultivation and aura. As long as one did not release it actively, they would definitely not be discovered. Looking at the patriarch's back, Yao Menjing's originally nervous mood gradually dissipated, and a bright smile appeared on her face. At first, the little girl was resistant and afraid of Jun Changxiao, but as she got along with him over the years, she had gradually treated him as the most respected elder. Her senior brothers, who cared about her in every possible way, were also like family. Yao Menjing liked it very much and was willing to stay in the sect of all times for the rest of her life. Even if she only saw her fellow disciples every day, she would feel extremely happy. Southern Barren State, Barren Land. Jun Changxiao had been here once and entered the tomb of the medical saint of all faces. However, the location he went to this time was more remote and desolate because the Demon Man Valley was hidden there. The Demon Man Valley was not a valley. It was an independent space that the Demon Emperor had opened up with a magical power when he was alive, and it began to open regularly thousands of years later. Saint-level experts could cross the void and achieve something similar to teleportation. Emperor-level experts could forcibly open up independent spaces. The reason why the 8 great martial emperors in the world rarely came out was that they all hid in the space they opened up to cultivate, until one day they could see through the mysteries of heaven and ascend to the upper realm. Swish! Swish! In the barren land, Li Qingyang and the others rode on the hurricane wolves and galloped, stirring up billowing dust behind them. Jiang Ye and the others flew in the air, following behind the black eagle of the Demon Ridge. Patriarch. Old Goose said telepathically, "We're almost at the Demon Man Valley." "Okay." Jun Changxiao responded. His spiritual senses had already spread out and he saw that at the end of the barren land, many people had already gathered. Judging from the aura they exuded, there were many King Wu and Wu Huang. It was rare to see experts on ordinary days, and they would probably only appear under such circumstances. Of course, as Jun Changxiao's strength and status in the sect continued to rise, Encountering experts at the level of King Wu and Wu Huang had become the most common phenomenon. The experts of various sects gathered in the barren land also noticed a large number of martial artists approaching and turned their heads to look. At first, they thought it was the Ding Yuan sacred sect, but after seeing the gorgeous uniform, they were all stunned. Sect of all times? Why did that shameless junior bring his disciples here? A second-rate sect elder frowned. Why did he have to use the word shameless to describe them? It was all because of Jun Changxiao's repeated advertisements in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony. The major sects not only remembered Li Qingyang and the other young experts with good strength, but also remembered him as the shameless patriarch. Recently, a place of spiritual energy recovery has appeared. The sect of all times forcibly occupied it and even made the Hao Guang sacred sect and world-defying sacred sect suffer. They have some ability. A powerhouse laughed. In my opinion, those two sects are also cowards. If it were me, I would definitely bring people to southwest Yangzhou to ask for it. The second-rate sect elder said lightly. Don't let the Hao Guang sacred sect and world-defying sacred sect hear this, or they will definitely blush because they did this. In the end, they did not succeed and even paid a lot of spirit stones. Poochie! Poochie! The Demon Ridge Black Eagle flapped its wings and flew over. Jun Changxiao's face was indifferent, but Yao Menjing was nervous. After all, there were powerhouses from various sects standing below. If they were discovered, don't think about it, don't think about it. The little girl tried to control her emotions and then kept running the hidden cultivation technique. After confirming that they were all in the patriarch and did not pay attention to her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Patriarch. A sect powerhouse said, "What are you doing here?" Jun Changxiao said calmly, "I heard that the Demon Valley is about to open. I came with my disciples, hoping to go in and explore." Chapter 769. When Jun Changxiao explained his intentions, the experts of the major sects were stunned. A fifth-rate sect actually wanted to enter the Demon Valley. Were they really not in a hurry to die and reincarnate? Many people subconsciously looked at the disciples of the sect of all times. Seeing that most of their auras were at the master realm, they secretly shook their heads and said, "Was this guy kicked in the head by a donkey?" Jun Patriarch. An expert smiled and said, "Entering the Demon Valley is not like playing house." Jun Changxiao said, "That's why I've brought 200 disciples with me this time." The experts present laughed. If the sects that entered the Demon Valley did not have many top forces, they would definitely send more than 1,000 disciples. Even so, there would be heavy casualties. Bringing 200 disciples was definitely sending them to their deaths. An elder of the sect said, "Jun Patriarch, some of your disciples are more outstanding. They will have a bright future if you train them well in the future. Why do you have to take this risk?" "If I have to give a reason, it's—" Jun Changxiao paused and said, "I'm willing." These words were very arrogant and deserved a beating. The experts of the sects who had intended to persuade him shut their mouth. "Humph!" An elder said coldly, "What an arrogant junior." Although they looked down on the fifth-rate sects, they did not let the sect of all times enter. At least they had good intentions. After all, it was not that no low-level sects had entered before, but the result was that all of them were wiped out without exception. Jun Changxiao also knew. But at this time, he had to be arrogant and show off because only in this way could he provoke the major sects and let him and his disciples enter the Demon Valley. To put it bluntly, it was to show his arrogance and make the major sects hate him so much that they could not wait to send the sect of all times to their deaths. Jun Patriarch. An elder of the sect said, "The quota for entering the Demon Valley this year has been determined. If your sect of all times wants to enter, then wait until next year." Jun Changxiao said, "No, since I'm here, I must go in." The more they spoke, the more arrogant they became. The more the sects listened, the angrier they got. Some of them even secretly hoped that the Grand Cauldron Holy Sect would forfeit and give their spot to the Sect of all times so that they could quickly send themselves to their death. Jun Changxiao's plan was effective, but it also had a negative effect, which was that it instantly reduced the Sect's impression of the Sect of all times. Shua! Shua! Right at this moment, streams of light flew over from afar, and a vast aura rippled in the air. The faces of the martial artists present changed slightly as they exclaimed, "Half Wu Sheng." Not long after, several streams of light stopped in the air above the crowd, and 3 sage-like old men appeared, their bodies emitting a faint chill. These 3 people are the 3 elders of Taishan Xingzong's Elder Hall. The leader is Lin Yuan, whose strength has reached half-step Wusheng, and has a certain right to speak in the sect. The other 2 are at the level of Wu Huang. After the 3 people appeared, the area suddenly became quite cold, as if it had turned from summer to winter. Half-step Wusheng from Taishan Xingzong is more powerful than the half-sages of Hao Guang Holy Sect and world-defying Holy Sect in terms of aura. This is the foundation. The foundation from the top first-rate sect. Elder Lin. The powerhouses of the major sects cupped their hands in greeting. Lin Yuan nodded and looked at Lu Qianshan below. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and then he asked lightly, "The people of the Grand Cauldron Holy Sect haven't arrived yet?" "Not yet." Someone laughed. Taishan Xingzong is definitely one of the top forces in the falling star continent, so the major sects naturally have to be more active and enthusiastic. Elder Lin, an elder of a second-rate sect, smiled and said, "Jun, Patriarch of the Sect of all times, said that he wants to take his disciples into the Demon Cultivator Valley to explore." Lin Yuan looked at Jun Changxiao and said indifferently, "The Demon Cultivator Valley is full of dangers. 4 sects below the second rate, entering is equivalent to courting death. Hurry up and take your disciples back." There was no doubt in his tone, as if he had already determined that the Sect of all times was not strong enough. This made Jun Changxiao very unhappy and said, "The Demon Emperor has fallen for thousands of years, and the forbidden area he left behind is ownerless. What qualifications do you have to stop the Sect of all times from entering?" As soon as these words came out, the major sects were in an uproar. Just now they just thought that this kid was just a little arrogant. Now that he dared to argue with the half-step Wu Sheng of Taishan Xingzong, he was just courting death. Lu Qianshan frowned slightly. She had cultivated in Taishan Xingzong and knew Lin Yuan's character. Patriarch's words were likely to anger the other party. Sure enough, a trace of anger flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes and said, "How can a fifth-rate sect like you question the qualifications of my Taishan Xingzong?" Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "You first-rate sects are awesome, this is undeniable, but what this seat means is that anyone can enter the Demon Cultivator Valley, and no one is qualified to stop them." Although Lin Yuan was unhappy with this junior's attitude, there were so many people present after all, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Jun, Patriarch must enter the Demon Cultivator Valley?" "Yes," Jun Changxiao said firmly. Lin Yuan said, "In that case we should fulfill his wish." He looked at the various heroes and said, "What do you all think?" An elder said, "Since Jun Patriarch is so stubborn, we naturally have to fulfill his wish." Agreed. Agreed. The major sects expressed their opinions one after another. In fact, they couldn't wait for the Demon Cultivator Valley to open right now, and then let the Sect of all times go in to die. No one objects. Lin Yuan looked at Jun Changxiao and said, "When the Demon Cultivator Valley opens, Jun Patriarch can bring disciples in." "Thank you," Jun Changxiao said lightly. He also knew that the major sects definitely didn't have any good intentions when they agreed to let him in. However, since he had already won the qualifications, he must go in and try. If he took away all the good things inside and didn't leave anything for them, it would be even more perfect. Not long after, the Patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Sect rushed over with a large force. "Patriarch Hao." Lin Yuan said, "The patriarch of the sect of all times wants to enter the Demon Cultivator Valley. Is your esteemed sect willing to give up this spot?" The patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Sect was dumbfounded. A sect elder smiled and said, "Patriarch Hao Jun Patriarch sent 200 elite disciples to the Demon Cultivator Valley this time. We must cooperate." 200 disciples? The corners of Patriarch Hao's mouth twitched. He had made a great decision to send out a luxurious lineup of 5 Wu Huang, 20 martial kings, and 500 grand-level disciples. Was the sect of all times not sending so few disciples in to die? In that case, Patriarch Hao said, "There's no harm in giving up this spot to the sect of all times." Entering the Demon Cultivator Valley was a gamble. At first, he was a little reluctant. Since the newly risen sect of all times was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers and insisted on bringing 200 disciples to die, he would definitely be willing to give up the right to enter. "It's settled then," Lin Yuan announced. "The qualification to enter the Demon Cultivator Valley this year belongs to the sect of all times. Thank you for your support. This seat will live up to your expectations." Jun Changshao cupped his fists. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. It seems that this kid didn't realize that everyone wanted him and his disciples to enter because they were actually looking forward to dying as soon as possible. Buzz! At this moment, the space in the originally desolate area suddenly trembled slightly, and then gradually cracked open and expanded infinitely, finally forming a circular vortex. Ho-hoo! A gloomy aura whizzed out from the inside, and the martial artists of the various sects who were closer to it couldn't help but shiver. Although they had been here many times and had also brought their disciples in, they still couldn't help but feel fear every time they felt this demonic aura. The disciples of the sect of all times were fearless. When they saw the vortex appear, they all secretly muttered, "This is very similar to the entrance to the sect's secret realm." Jun Patriarch Lin Yuan said, "The Demon Cultivator Valley is open. Your sect can enter now. See you later." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and led his disciples in one after another. But just as Lu Qianqian was about to enter, Lin Yuan said lightly, "Your Taishan Iceheart physique didn't come easily. Why do you want to die with them?" Taishan Iceheart physique? The faces of the martial artists of the various sects changed in shock. This physique was definitely the strongest among the ice attributes. Lu Qianqian stopped, her back facing the 3 Taishan Xingzong elders, and said in a cold voice, "Because I am a disciple of the sect of all times." Chapter 770. The Demon Valley opened, and Jun Changshao walked in with his disciples under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When they all disappeared, the vortex gradually closed, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The martial artists of the various sects began to discuss. "This kid is really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he won the dragon-tiger battle, I would really want to teach him a lesson. Don't underestimate this kid. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace is half a step away from Wu Xing, but he still lost to him. Isn't he just relying on the divine power to increase his cultivation? He can't use it casually." The news of Jun Changshao beating up Gongsun Haohai had already spread in the pugilistic world. Although it was confirmed, the various sects still firmly believed that the guy was relying on some kind of divine power. Needless to say, the universal talisman's function was indeed similar to using some divine power. And just as the various sects thought, it couldn't be used casually, and it couldn't even be used anymore. Because it could only be purchased twice, Jun Changshao had used it all up. Speaking of which, without the trump card that could instantly increase Wu Xing's cultivation, why was he still so arrogant? Because of the modified hard-to-keep saber and the new universal talisman, Jun Patriarch had reason to think that once he used it, he could definitely show off. The last sect that brought a few hundred disciples into the Demon Valley seemed to be a fourth-rate sect a few hundred years ago. In the end, only the Patriarch came out, and all the disciples died inside. Let that kid see the disciples die one by one, then he will know how ignorant he is. What a pity about this year's quota. The crowd discussed as they waited. They even estimated that the sect of all times could last for an hour inside, and that should be the limit. In an area of nothingness, Jun Changshao and his disciples appeared out of thin air. In the sky directly in front of them, the words, Demon Valley, were written. Because of the environment, it was swaying erratically. Whoosh whoosh, gusts of chilly wind that penetrated the soul blew from an unknown direction, causing Li Fei and the others to involuntarily shiver. Patriarch, Jiang Ye said solemnly, the demonic qi here is very strong. If it corrodes for a long time, it might cause the disciples to hallucinate or even lose their mind. It's not a big problem, Jun Changshao said, just circulate the clear heart technique. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the disciples began to circulate the clear heart technique. The devil qi that had inadvertently seeped into their bodies was quickly purified. The devil qi had seeped into the sea of consciousness. If he kept his mind clear, he would naturally not be disturbed. The demonic qi in the Demon Valley can seep into a warrior's mind. Without enough willpower, it's easy to go berserk. In my opinion, the disciples of the sect of all times should already be killing each other, an expert outside said. Many sect members had bitter expressions on their faces. The scary thing about the Demon Man Valley was that the demonic qi was everywhere. The longer they stayed in there, the weaker disciples would fall into madness and even kill each other. Ai. An elder sighed helplessly. Back then, when he entered the Demon Man Valley with the Patriarch and saw the disciples killing each other with bloodshot eyes, he could only kill them by force. The feeling of killing one's own people with one's own hands was the most painful. However, just as the various sects were collectively looking down on the sect of all times, Jun Changshao and the disciples had already begun to explore inside. Because of the clear heart technique, they supported each other along the way and asked about their well-being, completely ignoring the demonic qi. The most excited one was Yao Menjing, because the demonic qi, which was very evil to others, was like a great tonic to her. Patriarch, Yao Menjing said weakly, can I absorb the demonic qi here? If it doesn't affect you, feel free to absorb it, Jun Changshao said. Yao Menjing sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the bloody cloud sky scripture. Huff huff, the demonic qi that had gathered in the illusory space suddenly surged over like a wave. The little girl slowly absorbed it, slowly refined it, and then integrated it into the demon core in her body. Amazing! Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others stared with their eyes wide open. This kind of attribute that was poisonous to one's body. Not only was little junior sister fine after absorbing it, the corner of her mouth was even brimming with a smile. It was really enviable. To Yao Menjing, the Demon Man Valley was definitely the best cultivation holy land, because it was impossible to find such pure demonic qi outside. 1. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled, and huge beasts appeared out of thin air. Their eyes were red, and their bodies emitted a vicious aura, as if they had lost their minds. It's the same as the zombie beasts in the Demon Ridge Valley. Jun Changshao said. 1. The frequency of the spatial vibration increased, and berserk beasts appeared one after another. Although they were only at the martial disciple level from their aura, their numbers increased, and finally reached tens of thousands. In the face of such a situation, the disciples of the various sects who entered for the first time would definitely be scared out of their wits. However, the disciples of the sect of all times had a fanatical look in their eyes. Prepare for battle, Jun Changshao said. Huff huff, Li Qingyang and the others released their cultivation, and got into various battle stances with smiles on their faces. The large group of beasts that the other sects were afraid of was nothing more than a warm-up in their eyes. Go! Boom! 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 The first test of the Demon Man Valley is to face tens of thousands of beasts. The Sect of all times only sent 200 disciples, so they will definitely be exhausted and die. It's undeniable that some of the disciples of the Sect of all times are quite strong, but surrounded by so many berserk beasts, they can at most hold on for 2 hours. In my opinion, an hour at most. Although the warriors of various sects could not watch the Sect of all times enter the Demon Man Valley, this did not stop them from desperately fantasizing about the worst. Unfortunately, it did not go as they wished, because in just 10 minutes, the tens of thousands of berserk beasts that appeared in the Demon Man Valley were all killed. Not only was the air filled with a pungent stench, but there were also black crystal cores scattered on the ground. Shua. With a wave of his hand, Jun Changshao kept all the crystal cores in his space ring, and then ordered, "Continue forward." After a few steps, he saw a square box appear out of thin air in front of him. It was a bit like the airdrop box in PUBG. Could this be the reward for killing all the beasts? Jun Changshao walked over. Creak! The box suddenly opened, and there were piles of yellowed books inside. Patriarch! Jiang Ye exclaimed, "They are all martial arts secret manuals." Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up, because there were at least 100 secret realms in the box, and from the names on the cover, there were fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and even martial arts that evil cultivators and Buddhists cultivated. This was definitely all-inclusive. Elder Gu said, "It is said that the fallen demon emperor loved to collect all kinds of martial arts when he was alive. He even said that he had collected at least 100,000 kinds of martial arts, from low grade to divine grade." 100,000 kinds? Jun Changshao clutched his chest, and his breathing became rapid. With so many secret martial arts manuals, even if it was only the lowest grade, as long as he got it, he could exchange it for any secret manual in the technique chamber. Of course, in the outside world, if the martial artists of the various large sects were to see a chest full of rare books, they would definitely be dumbfounded. This was because after passing the first trial, they would at most be rewarded with a few rare books. Everyone was following the rules. Why did the Sect of all times give so many secret manuals as a reward? Or was it that a group of disciples with a protagonist's life must be given the strongest protagonist halo? No. Jun Changshao could get so many secret manuals as a reward because he only took 10 minutes to kill tens of thousands of beasts. On the other hand, although the other sects passed in the end, they either took a long time or sacrificed their disciples. They couldn't be compared to the Sect of all times who passed the test without any injuries. Shua! Jun Changshao happily stored all the secret manuals into his spatial ring. Then, he opened the cultivation method pavilion and saw that many of the secret realms had been matched. Although he was still far from being able to exchange them, he had undoubtedly taken a small step forward. Ho-hoo! At this moment the surrounding space shook again, and more powerful beasts appeared out of thin air. Get rid of them all. Yes! Boom 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 boom. The disciples of the Sect of all times unleashed their cultivation, and like a lawnmower, they crazily harvested the beasts. After a while, the ground was full of crystal cores. This is so King cool. Jun Changshao grinned. This Demon Valley was simply a place where one could pick up money at any time. As for whether it was dangerous or not, judging from the current 2 waves, it couldn't even be considered a warm-up. Patriarch! Li Qingyang pointed to the front and said, "Another box." The second box that appeared was bigger than the previous one. Jun Changshao estimated that there must be a lot of things inside. Sure enough, after walking over, the box opened by itself. Not only were there dazzling secret manuals, there were also various ores. Many of them were materials used to refine black iron shields and true yang sword. Quick, Jun Changshao said, "Trigger the next wave for me." There were secret manuals, ores, and so many crystal cores, causing him to immediately boil. He couldn't wait to open all the next ones. Buzz. The third wave of beasts appeared again. In terms of numbers, it was obvious that there were fewer, but their strength had already reached the level of a martial master, so the difficulty had also increased. In the outside world, the martial artists of the various sects were still imagining the scene of the sect of all times being brutally tortured and killing each other. Some people were even enthusiastically helping to count down. Boom! Inside the Demon Valley, Xiao Zuiji directly killed a spirit beast that was comparable to a martial king. Once again, a large square box appeared in the illusory land before him. Oh my God! Jun Changshao walked over and saw thousands of secret manuals in the open box. His eyes immediately widened. Patriarch! Li Fei reached out from the box, holding a sharp sword, and said, "This weapon seems to be not bad." Jiang Ye and Elder Gu saw the words heaven engraved on the sword hilt, as well as the dragon engraved on the sword body, and exclaimed in unison, "Jade Dragon asks the heaven's sword. Very strong?" Jun Changshao said. The system said, "This sword was passed down from ancient times. It is said that it was forged from dragon essence stone and is revered as one of the 10 great ancient swords of the falling star continent." 10 great ancient swords! Jun Changshao said in surprise. How is it compared to the sword forged by Master Fan? I'm afraid it's not even fit to carry his shoes. The system said. Is that so? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up, and then took the imposing Jade Dragon asks the heavens sword from Li Fei's hands. The moment his 5 fingers touched the sword hilt, he felt a special aura and blurted out, "Good sword." Outside, someone said in boredom, "I heard that the Demon Emperor not only collected a lot of martial arts manuals, but also a lot of high-grade weapons. Among them is one of the 10 great ancient swords, Jade Dragon asks the heavens sword. Every year, people are sent in to search, and the best sword is only a top-grade sword. In my opinion, Jade Dragon asks the heavens sword might not be in the Demon Valley. There is also the 9 phosphor body armor. I don't know where the Demon Emperor hid it, but it still hasn't appeared." Patriarch, this armor is the 9 phosphor body armor. Its quality has reached the high level of saint rank. There is also the Spirit Wheel Pagoda. It is said that it is a defensive treasure that can withstand Wu Sheng's bombardment, and it was also found by the Demon Emperor. Patriarch, this small pagoda is very likely the Spirit Wheel Pagoda. After activation, it can form a spirit wheel barrier, which is enough to withstand the attacks of Wu Xing's experts. The experts of the various sects in the outside world listed out the Demon Emperor's collection one by one. Jun Changshao in the Demon Valley and his disciples all obtained from the boxes. Humph. Lin Yuan said lightly, "The Demon Emperor is also a great figure, but he was too ambitious, and the people of Jianghu couldn't bear it. In the end, he ended up defeated and killed." Sigh. A sect elder shook his head and said, "It's a pity that so many treasures have disappeared from the falling star continent forever with the fall of the Demon Emperor. Half an hour has passed. I'm afraid that the disciples of the sect of all times are either dead or injured. They are not far from being completely wiped out." Someone brought the topic to the sect of all times, causing everyone to sneer. Isn't it good to be alive? Why did they have to go to the Demon Valley? Boom. Boom. Just as everyone was discussing, the disciples of the sect of all times killed several spirit beasts comparable to emperor-level spirit beasts one after another. Li Fei shook his head and said, "I finally found the feeling of challenging the normal mode of the life and death secret realm." Patriarch Long Xiang said, "The Demon Valley is not that difficult." The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. After entering the Demon Valley, he had been cautious and played the word steady to the extreme. But when he really went to challenge it, he realized that it was actually so easy. You overestimated it. Jun Changshao shook his head. According to the information he heard, The Demon Valley was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. In order to ensure safety, he pulled in the team that cleared the hard mode without any injuries. In the end, the difficulty coefficient was not even comparable to the normal mode of the life and death secret realm. If he had known this would happen, he would have sent dozens of people instead of bringing 200 disciples. If the patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Sect knew about Jun Changxiao's thoughts, he would definitely be sad. After all, most of his sect's elites were panicking, but he thought that bringing 200 disciples was too much. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, there are many secret manuals and weapons in the box. It's simply giving away equipment and resources for free. Jun Changxiao grinned, then put everything in the big box into the space ring. In less than 30 minutes, he had obtained countless secret manuals, weapons, treasures, and crystal cores. Looking at the seemingly endless illusory land in front of him, Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion. Go deeper and take away all the good stuff. Don't leave anything for the other sects. Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Whoosh. However, just as they were about to set off, a thick demonic qi suddenly emerged behind them. Everyone looked back and saw that Yao Menjing, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes turned red, and her black hair fluttered without wind. It seemed that she had entered some kind of berserk state. Li Fei was surprised. What's wrong with junior sister? Jiang Ye frowned. No matter how I look at it, it seems like she has gone mad. Something's wrong. Jun Changxiao frowned. Swoosh. Suddenly, Yao Menjing stood up and said coldly, how can the things that this empress left here be taken away by a rascal? Swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl suddenly rushed over. The demonic qi in her hands was overwhelming. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ziji shouted. Boom. Yao Menjing rushed in front of Xiao Zui, and the demonic aura that she had gathered in her palm suddenly exploded. She sent Xiao Zui flying, and he landed on his but a few dozen feet away. Patriarch, Jiang Ye said, this girl has gone mad. What are you waiting for? Jun Changxiao roared. Hurry up and control her. Swoosh. Swoosh. Jiang Ye and the Ning brothers condensed their spiritual energy and rushed over. But just as they approached, they saw Yao Menjing suddenly open her hands, and a gush of demonic qi turned into a fist and blasted it out. Bang! 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 After a series of crazy explosions, the three elders were suddenly blasted away, and then fell to the ground. They covered their chests and vomited blood. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were dumbfounded. She easily beat 3 emperor-level elders to the point of vomiting blood. Junior sister was too scary. Boom! Boom! Yao Menjing rushed over again. Everywhere she went, the disciples of the sect of all times were sent flying. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao rushed in front of her, and the aura of a 9th-grade sword and martial emperor erupted. He directly grabbed her wrist and said in a low voice, Girl, are you crazy? Yao Menjing, who originally had a cold face, suddenly stiffened. Then, she looked over and said with difficulty, Patriarch, bang! A fist blasted out. Thump, thump, thump. Jun Changxiao covered his chest and took a few steps back. He said angrily, Who is controlling my precious disciple's body? If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Huff, huff. Behind Yao Menjing, a monstrous demonic qi emerged, and gradually condensed into a huge body. A cold voice came, Little guy, do you have the qualifications to fight me one-on-one? P.S. Third update, 4,700 plus words chapter, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation vote. Chapter 771. Zon. Patriarch, when Jun Changxiao clasped Yao Menjing's wrist, her originally red eyes regained a trace of clarity, as if she was struggling fiercely. There was a problem. There must be a problem. Therefore, when Jun Changxiao was sent flying, he said angrily, Who is controlling my precious disciple's body? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Little guy, are you qualified to fight me one-on-one? The shadow condensed behind Yao Menjing said with a gloomy voice. The voice contained a strong penetrating power. The disciples of the sect of all times in the Demon Valley, even if they used the clear heart technique, were gradually infiltrated into their consciousness, and their faces became ferocious. Me? Jun Changshao said, the Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor sect. Yao Menjing had the Demon Emperor's innate demon body. Now that she was in the space he once opened, there must be something wrong with her brain if she couldn't guess. Little guy. The Black Shadow said in a deep voice, everything I left here is to make the righteous sects happy. How can I let you take it all away? At this point, Jun Changshao was 100% sure that the Black Shadow controlling Yao Menjing was the Demon Emperor who fell 10,000 years ago. Of course, it wasn't his real body either. From its illusory form, it might be a remnant of his soul. As for why Yao Menjing's body was suddenly occupied, it might have something to do with the little girl's unscrupulous absorption of demonic energy as soon as she came in. He was careless. Jun Changshao secretly blamed himself, but he also cupped his hands and said, Senior Demon Emperor, this is a misunderstanding, please listen to my explanation. If the disciple was controlled and there were irreversible side effects, it would be F***ked, so he had to find a way to separate the two first. Are you sure the other party is not very strong, and may not be at an advantage in a real fight? The system said untimely. Whoosh. The Black Shadow controlled Yao Menjing's body to rush over, and a strong demonic energy burst out, instantly turning into a cold and fierce palm print. This palm strike made the surrounding atmosphere even colder. The disciples who were using the clear heart technique to fight against the demonic energy in their bodies looked more and more ferocious, as if they were about to lose their defense line. Shua. Jun Changshao used the cloud treading steps to go around him and quickly said, Senior Devil Emperor, the girl you're controlling is a disciple of my sect of all times. I've taken her in as my disciple to help the Devil Dao. Yao Menjing, who was preparing a second attack, suddenly stopped. The shadow above said, supporting the demonic path? Not bad. Jun Changshao said righteously, there is no such thing as righteous or demonic in this world. What qualifications do those self-proclaimed righteous sects have to deny the demonic path and deny everything they don't like? Humph. The Black Shadow said coldly, nothing more than a group of sanctimonious hypocrites. Agreed. Jun Changshao said, I entered the Demon Valley this time because I hope that this girl can improve her cultivation and then revive the Demon Gate step by step. Is that so? The Black Shadow questioned. Jun Changshao said seriously, Senior left so many treasures in the Demon Valley. Although it's a trap to lure the righteous sects, in my opinion, it's also a huge wealth for the revival of the demonic path. The Black Shadow said, this is something I've never thought of. Senior didn't think of it, but I did. Jun Changshao said, that's why I brought this girl in. It's not to take her for myself, but to help her obtain everything that Senior left behind. To be exact, it's to obtain the inheritance that Senior left behind. The speed of his speech was super fast, and the word inheritance at the end was particularly loud. The Black Shadow did not speak, nor did it make a move. It seemed to have fallen into silence. The system said, you're really good at ting. As the same mind, it naturally knew what Jun Changshao's purpose in coming to the Demon Valley was. However, in such an unexpected situation, it was difficult for a thin-skinned person to say it so clearly and righteously. Little guy, you're right, but how can I be fooled by a few words? The Black Shadow said coldly. Jun Changshao said, since Senior's death, the Demon Gate has completely fallen. Even if there are survivors, they're nothing more than street rats that everyone wants to beat up. Such a situation is really distressing. As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Gate will exist forever. Although I'm not a demonic cultivator, I can't stand the self-proclaimed righteous sects, so I'm willing to be the enemy of the entire world to revive the Demon Gate and the Demon Gate. The system was speechless. Wasn't it just coming to the Demon Valley to challenge and earn martial arts resources? Why did the style suddenly become so serious, and even put the heavy responsibility of reviving the Demon Gate on his shoulders? I have no choice but to appease that guy first, Jun Changshao said as his spirit collapsed. Ah! Suddenly, the black shadow laughed and said, "Little guy, as long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Gate will exist forever. I agree with you deeply. However," he paused and said, "there are a lot of good things left in the Demon Valley. If you want to take them all, you'll have to defeat me first." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. "So, after talking for so long, I still can't escape from fighting with him. Senior, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company," Jun Changshao said. "However, please leave from my disciple's body." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy that enveloped Yao Menjing suddenly flew out and then hung in the air. It gradually condensed into a handsome man in a black robe with long hair. This person looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He had a sharp face and sword-like eyebrows. His long and narrow eyes seemed to emit an innate aura of a king. The Demon Emperor, a top powerhouse who had fallen 10,000 years ago. Although it was not his original body, but only the remnant of the soul in the Demon Valley, it still made Jun Changshao feel respect in his heart. He said, "It's a pity that I wasn't born in your era and had no chance to witness your majesty that swept the world and swallowed the mountains and rivers." "Don't flatter me," the Demon Emperor said. "Let's fight." Jun Changshao glanced at the unconscious Yao Menjing. Seeing that her complexion had returned to normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven Sword that he had just obtained appeared out of thin air. He said heroically, "It's my honor to fight with the Demon Emperor from 10,000 years ago." "Little guy," the Demon Emperor said coldly, "this Jade Dragon asks the Heaven Sword is a famous ancient sword. It's not something that ordinary people can casually use." Whoosh! Jun Changshao strode forward. His right hand shook violently. The Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword cut through the void and instantly burst out hundreds of sword light. Bang! 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 The Demon Emperor waved his hand. The vast demonic energy turned into palms and destroyed all the incoming sword lights. He said in surprise, "So you're not only Wu Huang, but also the Sword Emperor. TSK TSK. To be able to become the Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor at this age, there are indeed talents in every generation." Jun Changshao said, "It's nothing more than luck." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After saying that, he held the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven Sword and used the Ling Jian divine technique. Immediately, he launched an overwhelming sword attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that Sect Master Jun usually used a saber to fight. Once he had an even stronger sword, he would be able to unleash the might of a Sword Emperor. If he had the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword in his hand in the valley, that half-saint of the bright light holy sect would not have been chased around the world because he would have been injured and fallen to the ground. Boom! Boom! Even if the Demon Emperor was just a soul, his strength was very strong in the forbidden area he left behind. Therefore, the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Because the target was Jun Changshao, the demonic energy that filled the space gradually weakened. The ferocious faces of the Sect of all time's disciples relaxed. Ling Yuanxue hurriedly carried Yao Menjing back. She put her fingers on her pulse. After confirming that she was only unconscious, she sighed in relief. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distant land of nothingness, Jun Changshao's strength was fully unleashed. The Ling Jian divine technique was completely released. The one-word speed technique and the two-word force technique were switched frequently. He fought with the Demon Emperor brilliantly. They were evenly matched. Awesome! Patriarch's sword Dao is so strong, the disciples exclaimed. Zhou Hong's eyes were burning. Especially when he caught Patriarch's every move, a strong sense of worship rose in his heart. Sword Emperor, when can I step into this realm? Buzz. Buzz! Suddenly, streams of light appeared out of thin air in the space, and then turned into the shape of a sword. Jun Changshao shouted, "All things as swords!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword that appeared out of thin air was instantly drawn, and then dragged the streams of light together to form a giant sword that suddenly blasted toward the Demon Emperor. Whoosh whoosh. This sword was condensed quickly and blasted down quickly as well. Under the gaze of the disciples, it directly cut the Demon Emperor's body into two halves. Zhou Hong's eyes were about to pop out. From the appearance of the sword to the convergence of the giant sword, the whole process was formed in the blink of an eye. However, the sword aura that was released deeply shocked his heart. Little guy. The split phantom gradually healed. The Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, "Your sword technique is definitely not from the Falling Star continent." As an expert who loved to collect martial arts manuals, he had in-depth research on all kinds of moves. The sword technique that Jun Changshao used was very different from the one in the Falling Star continent. "That's right," Jun Changshao said. "My sword technique is called 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. It was personally taught by a mysterious almighty from the upper realm. System. He clearly bought it from the shop, but he actually said that a mysterious almighty taught it personally. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person." The Demon Emperor said in surprise, "You've been to the upper realm?" "No." Jun Changshao said, "My sect came down from the upper realm." As expected, Yi Xingchen thought to himself. Ever since he joined the sect of all times, he had always guessed that Jun Changshao and the sect were related to the upper realm. Otherwise, how could there be so many martial arts resources for the disciples to grow? Now that Jun Changshao said it himself, it was completely confirmed. He Wudi thought to himself, the fact that I can come to this sect and become a closed-door disciple means that I have an indissoluble fate with Senior Qishuan. The two of them were now completely fooled by Jun Patriarch. Sometimes there was no need to explain, and they would automatically fill in the blank. Fortunately, the Purple King was not with them. Otherwise, after hearing Jun Patriarch's words, he would definitely try to comfort himself first before forcing his imagination to fill in the blanks. Together with Yi Xingchen and He Wudi, they would be known as the brain-filling trio. "Little guy." The Demon Emperor was silent for a while, then said in a weak voice, "You defeated me, so you can take everything here. However," he paused and said, "I also hope that what you said just now is true." After saying that, the body that was barely gathered together gradually faded. The Demon Emperor's voice came from the space. I'm tired, it's time to live forever with the world." The remnant soul that existed in the Demon Valley was finally turned into ashes before the eyes of the sect of all time's disciples. The powerful demonic aura that filled the air also gradually weakened until it returned to the strength it had when it first entered. "Senior," Jun Changshao said seriously, "I never lie. If I say that I want to revitalize the demon sect, I will definitely do it." The space rippled, and 10 large boxes with 4 sides appeared. These were the remaining martial arts resources that existed in the Demon Valley. Because they defeated the Demon Emperor's soul, they all appeared. Son. Patriarch. At this moment, Yao Menjing woke up from her coma. Her tears fell like rain, and she cried very sadly. She remembered clearly that her body was occupied by the Demon Emperor, and she attacked her fellow disciples and elders. Although she had been trying to fight for control, she was powerless. It's okay. Jun Changshao walked over and touched her head. Wu Yao Menjing leaned into Ling Yuanxua's arms and cried even more sadly. The Patriarch and her fellow disciples were the ones she cared about the most. If she had really killed them because she was controlled by some kind of power, she would definitely not forgive herself for the rest of her life. Fortunately, this did not happen. Fortunately, Yao Menjing respected Jun Changshao as an elder. Under the stimulation of his "Girl, are you crazy?" she struggled to regain control of her body, although it was only for a little while. Junior sister. Xiao Zuiji patted his chest and grinned. Senior brother, you are completely fine. You don't say. Jiang Yu endured his injuries and pretended to be normal. I spat out a mouthful of blood, but I'm more energetic than before. The injured fellow disciples and elders were all trying their best to show that they were fine. They coaxed Yao Menjing and did not let her blame herself too much. This scene was very heartwarming and also very Sect of all times. Creak. 10 big boxes opened at the same time after Jun Changshao walked over. A dazzling array of secret manuals, ores, weapons, and equipment entered his eyes, making him smile from ear to ear. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "There are so many Buddhist martial arts in this box." Jun Changshao hurried over. After a round of inventory, he said in surprise, "As a demonic cultivator, how did the Demon Emperor get so many Buddhist martial arts?" Old Gu guessed, in the war between the righteous and demonic paths, Buddhist martial arts were the main force against the Demon Emperor sect. The Demon Emperor must have collected so many Buddhist martial arts to find a way to break it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Jun Changshao said, "The Demon Emperor is also a great hero." Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, all the things were taken away. Huff huff. At this moment the demonic energy in the space suddenly gathered together, then formed a cyclone in the sky, and finally rushed into Yao Menjing's body. This sudden turn of events caused Jun Changshao's heart to skip a beat. However, seeing that the little girl's face was normal and did not go berserk again, he gradually relaxed. A few minutes later, all the demonic energy in the space merged into Yao Menjing's body. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "With so much demonic energy, it should be of great help to her, right?" Buzz. The space in front of them gradually tore apart, forming an oval vortex group. "It's over?" Jun Changshao said. It was not hard to tell from his tone that he still wanted to continue. The system was speechless. The host has taken all the treasures, and there is not a single bit of demonic energy left. Are you still not satisfied? Outside, a sect elder calculated and said, "It has been an hour, and the sect of all times still hasn't come out. It seems that not only are the disciples all dead, but the patriarch also died inside. There is a price to pay for being impulsive." All the martial artists shook their heads. Although this ending was within their expectations, it was a pity to think that a newly risen sect would die in the Demon Valley. Disperse, disperse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, when the martial artists of the various sects were about to leave, the space suddenly formed a vortex, and Jun Changshao walked out from it. He was still alive? Everyone's eyes widened. P.S. 4,000+ words long chapter. Chapter 772. Stomp. Stepping on the heavy and solid ground, Jun Changshao stretched out his arms and swayed like waves, singing, "Come on, happy, anyway, there's a lot of time." He thought that the Demon Valley was full of danger, but it turned out that it was easier to bring elite disciples here than to fight humans. Especially when he obtained all the martial arts aptitudes inside, it was really cool. Suddenly, Jun Changshao felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he looked around and saw that the martial artists of the major sects were looking at him with an incredulous expression in their eyes. I forgot. There are so many people outside." Jun Changshao hurriedly retracted his hands and put them behind his back. His face suddenly became serious, and his whole body gathered the style that a patriarch should have. Only a super shameless person would be able to do such a difficult face-changing action so smoothly. Of course, The martial artists of the major sects did not pay attention to Jun Changxiao's wavy singing and dancing, but their minds were full of how he was alive. He should not be alive. Everyone present was a strong man who had experienced hundreds of battles. After a brief surprise, they thought that this guy came out alone, and the more than 200 disciples who went in should have all died. Although it was a bit unbelievable, the overall situation was similar to what they expected. Wait, even if this guy came out alive, he should be injured, right? But except for a little wrinkle on his chest, why did he look like nothing happened? The wrinkles on Jun Changxiao's clothes were caused by Yao Menjing just now. Jun Patriarch. A big shot of a sect smiled and said, "Are you okay?" This smile was full of a series of idioms such as adding insult to injury, gloating, and watching the fire burning across the river. "It's more than okay." Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "It's amazing." Everyone, the disciples, died inside, but he was still smiling so brightly. It seemed that he was disturbed by the demonic aura inside, and his brain was completely damaged. Swish. Swish. At this moment, Li Qingyang and others came out of the vortex one after another. There are survivors? All the martial artists' eyes were filled with surprise. However, thinking that Li Qingyang and others had participated in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, their strength was not bad. It was reasonable that they could survive. 1, 2, 3, the 200 disciples and 4 elders of the sect of all times appeared in the barren land and stood behind Jun Changxiao in an orderly manner. After the experts from the various sects counted the number of people, their expressions froze. That's right. How many people went in, how many came out? What was going on? Shouldn't a fifth-rate sect that entered the Demon Valley without permission end up with the annihilation of all its disciples? Why are they all here? The most devastated was, judging from their condition, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Was he going to train in the Demon-Human Valley, or was he going for an outing in a scenic area? Originally, they thought that Sect of all times would be wiped out when they entered, but in the end they all came out unscathed. It was a slap to their faces. "Elder," a Wu Wang from Taixien Xingzong said in a low voice, "it's a little strange." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Clearly, even this half-step Wu Xing couldn't understand why the Sect of all times hadn't suffered any losses after entering and exiting. "Patriarch Hao." Jun Changxiao walked up to the patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Sect and held his hand affectionately. "Thank you for giving your spot to my sect of all times. Jun is really grateful." Patriarch Hao looked dumbfounded. He brought his disciples here this time with the mentality that more than half of them would die or be injured, but the sect of all times had entered and came out unscathed. It was really a bit strange. Still, they didn't trigger a group of beasts and sat inside for an hour? Someone also thought of it, so he asked, "Jun Patriarch, did you enter the Demon Valley or not?" "We did." Jun Changxiao said, "It was very exciting." "Impossible." A sect elder said, "Since you entered, why didn't you lose any members?" "Needless to say," Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "the disciples of my sect of all times are strong. The beasts in the Demon Valley are not a threat." "Nonsense," an expert next to him said, "they must have found a space loophole, squatted inside for an hour, and then were sent out again." This sentence was agreed by all the martial artists of the various sections. In short, they didn't believe that more than 200 people from the sect of all times would come out unscathed after entering. Jun Patriarch. A martial artist said indifferently, "Even the top first-rate sects would take at least 4 hours to pass the various tests to enter the Demon Valley. How did your sect come out in an hour?" Jun Changxiao said, "After clearing the level, they naturally came out." "Don't tell me I have to bring my disciples inside for the new year?" "Cleared the level? Ha ha ha, how funny." The martial artists of the various sects laughed one after another. Jun Changxiao knew that these people didn't have any hope for his sect to enter. Now that they had cleared the level quickly with full members, they would definitely be doubtful, so he was too lazy to explain. Goodbye. June Patriarch, wait a minute. A sect elder stopped him and said, since you said that you cleared the level, it means that you have obtained a lot of good things. Can you take them out for us to observe? Sorry. June Changshao shrugged and said, if I take them out, I'm afraid that it will cause everyone to have crooked thoughts, so it's better not to show them. In this old man's opinion, you can't take them out, right? Elder son, don't be so straightforward, at least give him some face. After all, he is the master of a sect, and there are so many disciples present. Lin Yuan, who was suspended in mid-air, said faintly, June Patriarch can rest assured that the rules for entering the Demon Valley have been set long ago. Everything obtained inside belongs to you, and others are not allowed to snatch it without permission. Otherwise, you will be punished by the various sections. Elder Lin. A martial artist smiled and said, June Patriarch is just joking with everyone, we are just happy to hear it. To be able to find a loophole in the Demon Valley, he has some ability. This is not considered ability. At most, he will waste one of this year's quotas. If I had known earlier, I would have let the Ding Yuan Holy Sect enter. Jun Chang Shao had originally planned to leave, but when he heard them ridiculing him, his heart was immediately filled with anger. Should I act cool or not? Forget it. Don't show off your wealth. I'd better continue to keep a low profile. Shua. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao waved his hand and immediately summoned the Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword. The sword body flickered under the sunlight and swept across the faces of the martial artists of various sections. It blinds your eyes, isn't it? This is... A martial artist who was knowledgeable about swords saw the flying dragon on the sword body and the words engraved on it. His face changed greatly and he exclaimed, Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword. What? All the martial artists widened their eyes. They had discussed this kind of ancient top 10 famous swords before. Jun Changshao raised the Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword and stroked it with 2 fingers. He smiled and said, Everyone, this sword was obtained in the Demon Valley. Impossible. Someone doubted, it must be fake. Shua. Before the voice fell, Jun Changshao suddenly rose into the air and slashed out with the sword. An unparalleled sword aura burst out and swept past the huge rock in the distance in an instant. It appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Ta! Jun Changshao landed on the ground. The tip of the Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword was pointed at the ground. That posture, coupled with his delicate face, could be said to be handsome to a new level. Ka! At this moment a slanted mark suddenly appeared on the huge rock in the distance, and then it slid down with a bang. Is it real or fake? Jun Changshao asked. All the martial artists were stunned and their eyes turned solemn. They were not weak and could sense that Jun Changshao did not have any psionic power fluctuations when he attacked. It was completely a casual wave, but the huge rock in the distance was cut off. This meant that the sword was very sharp. That's right. A powerhouse who was proficient in weapons said with certainty, the sword in Jun Patriarch's hand is indeed the Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword. It is definitely not a fake. He did not see it from the power of the sword, but from the overall workmanship of the sword and even the most subtle parts. After all, this kind of ancient famous sword had not appeared in the world for a long time. Even if it was a fake, there was no place to start. Oh right. Jun Changxiao's spiritual thoughts moved, and his body was suddenly covered in a fish-like armor. He said, I also got this thing in the Demon Valley. I wonder if anyone can recognize it? 9 phosphor armor. Someone exclaimed. As soon as this was said, all the martial artists of the major sects were dumbfounded again. Even if the sect of all times was lucky enough to get one of the 10 famous ancient swords, how could they get an ancient armor that was not inferior to the Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword? Over the years, The major sects had repeatedly entered the Demon Valley to explore and get a low-level sacred treasure. They all felt that it was a good deal. Jun Changshao took out 2 pieces of ancient equipment. It was really a scene. Pa. Everyone. These 2 items were both obtained in the Demon Valley. This should mean that the Sect of all times has cleared the level, right? Everyone was silent. Let's not talk too much. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Swoosh. He waved his sleeves and left with his disciples under the envy and jealousy of the crowd. On the way, he said helplessly, "I really don't want to show off. They forced me." "I can see that." The system said, "It's been hard on the host." Chapter 773. Jun Changshao, who was holding the Jade Dragon, asks the Heaven's Sword and wearing the 9 scales armor, left with annoying step. The powerhouses of the major sects could only watch helplessly, feeling very uncomfortable in their hearts. He passed through the Demon Cultivator Valley without injury in half an hour and even obtained 2 treasures inherited from ancient times. Why was his luck so good? In the eyes of these major sects, everything beyond their understanding must be classified as luck. They never dared to face it and admit that others were strong. "Let's disperse," Lin Yuan said lightly. Although everyone was very envious of the 2 treasures obtained by Jun Changshao, they could only forcibly suppress it and leave due to the explicit rules. Sigh. Patriarch Hao sighed. At this moment, his intestines were about to turn green with regret, because if he didn't give up the quota, maybe the 2 treasures would be his own. Everyone retreated one after another, but on the way, they also began to discuss. The fact that the Sect of all times can obtain 2 treasures inherited from ancient times means that the Demon Emperor really put everything he collected in the Demon Cultivator Valley. That's right. If we enter next year and are lucky, we may be able to find his other treasures. They may not be weaker than the Jade Dragon, asks the Heaven's Sword. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Little did they know that while they were blindly fantasizing here, not to mention the treasures in the Demon Cultivator Valley, even the demonic chi had been taken away and completely swept away. Wait until a sect enters next year. Oh no, there won't be next year. After losing the support of the demonic chi, this kind of open forbidden area will never open again and will forever become a thing of the past. All the good things in the tomb of the medical sage of all faces were taken away by Jun Changshao, and now even the Demon Emperor's forbidden area was not spared. If those powerhouses who left behind various inheritances in their lifetime knew about it, they would probably be trembling in fear at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining 10,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 142,965,0000. Ding! Completed the side quest and triggered the hidden reward. Obtained top-grade Sword Aptitude X1 and Experience Talisman X1, which have been transported to the Space Ring. After hearing the prompt, Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up. This is good stuff. Now that he had a better understanding of the various products in the system, he instantly understood that a top-grade Sword Path Aptitude Fluid was extremely important to him. Because he had both the Sword Dao and the Martial Dao, if he wanted to break through to a higher realm, his aptitude in the Sword Dao had to be improved. Otherwise, even if his Martial Dao reached the standard, he would still be stuck at the Emperor level. The system said, with the top-grade Sword Dao Aptitude Elixir, there's no need for the host to worry. The host can smoothly break through to the Half-Saint realm. Isn't it Wu Xing? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, although the half-step Wu Xing is only a small level between the Emperor level and the Saint level, it is also an independent division. Therefore, if the host wants to improve, he must step into the half-step Saint level from the peak of the Emperor level, and then step into the half-step Wu Xing from the half-step Saint level. How troublesome, Jun Changshao said. How simple was it to advance from the emperor level to the saint level? Why did the author have to add another level in between? Didn't that salted fish author think of ways to increase the word count? Did he feel uncomfortable? You have guts, the system said. Jun Changshao drank the top-grade Sword Dao aptitude fluid. It still tasted like malt. Then, his aptitude in Sword Dao increased. The whole process was as simple as before. Needless to say, after his Sword Dao aptitude increased, he had a higher understanding of the Sword Dao. Thinking about the Ling Jian God technique and the 10,000 swords returned to Sect, he had a more comprehensive understanding. Pa! Jun Changshao crushed the experience talisman that he was rewarded with, and a prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the peak of the Emperor level. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the Emperor level. The requirements have been met. The epic mission has begun. Ding! The Patriarch has broken through to the peak of the Sword King. The requirements have been met. The epic mission has begun. As expected, it's another double yolk egg. Jun Changshao thought to himself, if I were to cultivate the way of the saber and become a martial sword and saber rogue cultivator, would there be 3 yolks? The system said, not to mention 3 cultivators. As long as the host is willing to spend the contribution points in the store, it's not a dream to cultivate all of them. It's a waste of your talent if you don't go to the market to do sales. Jun Changshao opened the system's data panel and then clicked on the first mission. Epic mission is 7. Mission details. Please allow the sect to be certified as a 4th-rate sect within a year and rank above the 80th place on the Outstanding Martial Artist list. Mission failure. Unable to become a 4th-rate sect within the specified time, unable to enter the top 80 of the Outstanding Martial Artist list within the specified time. Mission reward. Seeing that the sect was upgraded to a 4th-rate sect, Jun Changshao was instantly elated. As of now, the sect of all times was still short of a few thousand disciples, and its realm had already exceeded the limit. However, when he saw that the Outstanding Martial Artist list required him to enter the top 80, he was a little devastated. He had no idea how to increase his ranking. Participating in the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy and winning the championship, the sect of all times ranking would increase from 100 to 99. After receiving this news, Jun Changshao was quite depressed. How could he only increase his ranking by 1 after defeating 2 first-rate sects in a row? It was very simple. The Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy was a competition that only a small number of disciples participated in, and it did not represent the overall strength of a sect. Thus, the Outstanding Martial Artist list also increased his ranking by 1 after winning the championship. Otherwise, he would still be in the top 100. Jun Changshao shook his head, and then clicked on the second mission. Epic Level Mission, 8 Mission Details. Host, please bring Lu Wancher to participate in the upcoming Culinary God competition and obtain the top 3 result. Mission Failure. Did not register, did not advance to the top 3. Mission Reward? Jun Changshao said, with Du's current culinary skills, he is definitely the champion. Enter the top 3? That's looking down on others. The system said seriously, the Culinary God competition is the grandest event in the culinary world of the Starfall continent. It is similar to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The participants are all experts among experts. Is that so? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, looks like when I go back, I have to get the little girl to prepare quickly. Whether or not he could break through to the half-saint level, he had to treat it seriously. Even if he did not let Lu Wancher cook and let his disciples all starve, it was fine to focus on cooking. His sword aptitude and realm had increased, and now there was an epic-level mission. Jun Patriarch was in a very good mood. Thus, as he flew, he sang, "Husband, are you hungry? If you are hungry, please tell Ten Yang. Ten Yang will make you noodle soup." His off-key voice resounded in the air. Xiao Ziji and Li Fei covered their ears, and Li Qingyang silently sealed his hearing. Those disciples who did not believe in heresy listened halfway, and their eyes were glazed and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, just as he was about to enter the territory of southwest Yangzhou, 4 streams of light flew out from the darkness and stopped Jun Changshao in midair. They were dressed in black and had masks on their faces. Their whole body was emitting a gloomy aura. F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "It's you again, Jun Patriarch." The masked man in the front said in an old voice, "We have no ill intentions. We are just following orders to invite you to be a guest." "A guest?" Jun Changshao said. "Where?" "Maple Valley, Purple Bamboo Forest," the masked man said. Jun Changshao said, "Can I refuse?" "Yes." The masked man said, "However, to ensure that your sect's disciples do not encounter any trouble in the future, Jun Patriarch must go." Jun Changshao's eyes gradually turned cold. "Are you threatening me? P.S. I was busy in the morning and did not write. Sorry for the slow update." Chapter 774. Jun Changshao hated being threatened by others the most, so his expression became even more unsightly. "Jun Patriarch," the masked man said, "this is not a threat. This is a kind reminder." Swish! Suddenly, Jun Changshao raised his hand, and Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens appeared out of thin air. He poured his spiritual energy into it and slashed. Whoosh! The sword energy tore through space, carrying a terrifying sword power. The masked man was shocked and hurriedly used his movement skill to dodge. The sword energy just brushed past his scalp and swept the mountain in the distance. Rumble! A sword mark appeared on the mountain, and the upper half of the mountain directly slid down. The cut mark was unusually smooth. Seeing this, the masked men's eyes were suddenly filled with horror. This seemingly casual attack could directly cut off the mountain in the distance. Then, the sword in his hand must be very powerful. Although Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens was only a saint-grade sword, it was still very powerful as one of the top 10 ancient sword. "Listen carefully," Jun Changshao said with killing intent. "Whoever dares to have evil thoughts towards the disciples of the sect of all times will end up in this mountain." The leader of the masked men was silent for a while and said, "Jun Patriarch, as long as you follow us to the Purple Bamboo Forest to meet the Master, perhaps we can become friends." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "I am an open and above-board man. How can I be friends with a group of people who hide their heads and show their tails?" "But," the system said. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Jiang Ye and the Ning brothers flew over, and their emperor-level aura instantly burst out. Obviously, as long as the Patriarch gave the order, they would immediately attack. "Jun Patriarch." The masked man cupped his hands and said, "We have delivered the message. Whether you go or not is your business. We will not disturb you. Farewell. Let's go." Swish! 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 The 4 masked men in black left as quickly as they came. Jun Changshao did not stop them because he knew that these people were proficient in escaping. Forcibly intercepting them might not succeed. "Where is Maple Valley?" "Within West Cloud State." "Let's go." Jun Changshao said, "Come with me." This time, the masked man didn't have any killing intent. It was obvious that he was in charge of delivering the message. Since the other party had invited him again and again, it had piqued his interest. He wanted to meet this so-called master. Of course, he wasn't sure if it was a banquet at Hongmen. Therefore, Jun Changshao did not bring a group of disciples with him. He had them return to the sect of all times and only brought 4 elders with him. Maple Valley. It was a famous 5A scenic spot in the West Cloud State. There were countless literati who came here for an outing all year round. Master Fan had built a thatched cottage in the valley and lived there for more than 10 years. He had forged many weapons that were renowned throughout the continent. On this day, The sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. In Maple Glory Valley, there were many sword-wielding scholars and literati who swayed their heads to admire the scenery along the way. Occasionally, they would not forget to recite a poem. Schwa! Schwa! Suddenly, 5 streaks of light flew across the sky, startling everyone to the point that their eyes widened. Wu Huang! 5 Wu Huangs! Some of the martial artists with cultivation base even widened their eyes. Patriarch. After flying for a while, Elder Gu pointed to a bamboo forest in front and said, "This is the purple bamboo forest." Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and found that the scenery of the forest was good, but there were no tourists entering. There were even martial artists who would close their eyes and avoid them when they passed by. The purple bamboo forest was not too big. There was a thatched cottage in the center. The 4 masked men who had left earlier were standing outside. Schwa! Jun Changshao landed with the 4 elders and swept away the bamboo leaves on the ground. Jun Patriarch. The masked man smiled and said, "The master is waiting in the room." Jun Changshao got up and walked to the thatched cottage. Because his cultivation base had reached the peak of the emperor level, he was not worried about traps inside. Elder Jiangye accompanied him, but he was stopped by the masked man. "My master wants to talk to Jun Patriarch alone." "Wait outside," Jun Changshao said. "Yes." Jiangye and the others stopped. However, they were wary of the masked men from the beginning to the end, afraid that they would do something harmful to the Patriarch. Creak. Jun Changshao pushed the door open and walked in. What appeared in his field of vision was a relatively simple room. There were no unnecessary decorations inside, only a chair and a tea table. A long veil divided the room into 2. He could vaguely see someone sitting cross-legged inside. "Jun Patriarch, I finally invited you here." A cultured and refined voice sounded. It sounded like a young man. Jun Changshao sat casually on the chair that was specially prepared for him. He habitually crossed his right leg over his left leg and said, "Your Excellency has repeatedly sent people to cause trouble for the sect of all times. What is the meaning of this?" "Jun Patriarch, you misunderstood." That person smiled and said, "I just want to make friends with you." Jun Changshao said lightly, "You sent people to kidnap my disciple in the West Fate State. Your Excellency's method of making friends is really incomprehensible." That person said, "This matter, don't explain." Jun Changshao interrupted, "Since you invited me here, it's a bit inappropriate to hide behind the curtain." Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the veil in front of him was pulled away. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes with fair skin appeared in his field of vision. His face was full of smiles, making people feel very comfortable looking at him. At this moment, Jun Changshao had to admit that there was a man more handsome than him in the Starfall continent, so he questioned, "Your Excellency, are you a woman disguised as a man?" System. Was it so difficult to admit that someone was more handsome than you? Jun Patriarch. The young man said, "I am a man." Jun Changshao said, "Take off your pants and let me see." He had to break the rule that the protagonist had to force himself to be blind no matter what and not be able to see that a woman was disguised as a man. However, they had just met and exchanged a few words, and he had already asked the other party to take off his pants to prove himself. This operation was a bit of a horse flea. The young man's mouth twitched and said, "Jun Patriarch, I invited you here because I have something important to discuss." "Speak, what is it?" Jun Changshao thought in his heart, "Those who are more handsome than me are all women disguised as men, I won't accept any rebuttal." The young man adjusted his slightly collapsed mentality and said with a smile, "Jun Patriarch is so young, but you have developed an unrated sect to its current scale. I really admire you. Don't flatter me, let's get to the point. I'm in a hurry to go back." Jun Changshao said, "In that case, I'll make it short." The young man said, "I wonder if Jun Patriarch is willing to cooperate with me." "Cooperate?" Jun Changshao said. The young man said, from Jun Patriarch's behavior during this period of time, he is definitely not a person who knows his place. Why don't you and I join forces and do something big in the Jianghu? Why did this sound so familiar? Yes, Jun Patriarch had once tricked the Purple King like this. What is considered a big business? It's very simple. The young man paused and said with a smile, break the current rules and establish a new one. Jun Changshao was startled and said, your business is really big. Jun can't afford it, please find someone else. The big business in his heart was nothing more than to build the strongest sect. He had never thought of breaking the current rules and establishing a new one. Jun Patriarch, are you afraid? The young man said. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, I just don't want to be enemies with the whole world. The young man shook his head and said, sometimes, if you don't want to be enemies with the whole world, the world will be enemies with you. Because in the eyes of the righteous sects, there can't be an uncontrollable power, such as the Demon Emperor sect 10,000 years ago. You mean, my sect of all times will become the next Demon Emperor sect? Jun Changshao said. The young man said, Jun Patriarch's sect hasn't been taken seriously by the top sects, but I can conclude that it will become the target of public criticism sooner or later. Why? Jun Changshao frowned. Because, the young man narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, your sect has a disciple who shouldn't exist. As long as the news leaks out, you will definitely become the enemy of the whole world. Chapter 775. A disciple that shouldn't exist? Jun Changshao's eyes gradually narrowed. This kind of expression was very rare and very scary. The young man smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, you can rest assured that I will never spread the news about your disciple, because, boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. The violent spiritual energy instantly shook the thatched hut to pieces. Master! The four masked men were shocked. However, when they were about to rush over, Jiang Ye and the Ning brothers had already blocked their way and said coldly, stand still. Whoosh whoosh. Air waves whistled and weeds flew everywhere. Jun Changshao stood proudly, the spiritual energy in his fist still not dissipating. The young man stood up with a head full of dust and said with a smile, Jun Patriarch, your temper is a bit bad. Remember, Jun Changshao said with a cold face, don't try to threaten me, and don't repeatedly challenge my bottom line. His bottom line was his disciple. No one could threaten him, and no one could madly test him. Understood. The young man smiled. He didn't seem to care that he was suddenly punched just now. I'll consider the cooperation when I go back. Jun Changshao said, I'll take my leave first. Jun Patriarch. The young man said, I sincerely want to be friends with you. Whether we can be friends or not depends on your performance in the future. If you continue to threaten and cause trouble, we can't be friends anymore. We can only be enemies. Let's go. Jun Changshao left with the four elders. They finally met the mastermind behind the scenes who had been causing trouble for the sect. Naturally, they had no interest in arguing with him. The masked men came forward and said worriedly, Master, are you okay? I'm fine. The young man rubbed his chest and said, This guy is very strong. Master. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him out of thin air and said with a gloomy voice, Judging from the momentum that erupted from this guy just now, I'm afraid he's not weaker than a half-saint. His feet were hanging in the air like ghosts. Judging from the aura he emitted, he was very strong. If Jun Changshao hadn't discovered him early on, he definitely wouldn't have just punched the young man and left in such a good mood. Half-saint? The masked man was shocked. So strong? Just now, Jun Changshao had sliced off a distant mountain peak with a single sword strike. It was very powerful, but it was really hard to believe that he had the strength of a half-sage. The young man said solemnly, An unknown person was able to grow to such an extent in a short period of time. It's truly extremely terrifying. However, that group of old antiques insisted on using forceful methods to rope him in. They're really unable to accomplish anything but are good at spoiling things. She was obviously a little angry in the last paragraph. Master. The Black Shadow reminded him in a low voice, just keep some things to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud in case the walls have ears. AI. The young man shook his head and said, it's really a mistake. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to recruit Jun Changshao. Master, in my opinion, although the Sect of all times has a lot of potential, it might not be able to bring substantial help to our great cause. Moreover, with that guy's personality, he might cause trouble everywhere, the masked man said. The young man said, I've been paying attention to this sect since it first rose. At that time, I had the same thoughts as you. Today, 3 years later, it's already qualified to compete with first-rate and second-rate sections. The masked man was silent. Moreover, the young man continued, with Jun Changshao's personality, as long as he's used properly, he'll definitely be able to stir up chaos in the Falling Star continent. The girl with the Devil Emperor's physique is in the Sect of all times. We can make a fuss about it, the Black Shadow said. The young man shook his head and said, if we really do that, Jun Changshao will fight us to the death. Master, you seem to be very afraid of him? The Black Shadow said. The young man said, I didn't think so at first, but when I met him today, I realized that he's definitely not a kind person. It's best to make friends with him if possible, and try not to provoke him if you can't. I'm just afraid that those old guys will use their own methods to provoke Jun Changshao again and again, the Black Shadow said. Let's go. The young man said, back to the headquarters. Before leaving, he glanced at the destroyed house and shook his head. It's a pity that the place where Master Fan used to live has been destroyed. They're either destroying the swords he forged or tearing down the house he used to live in. Jun Changshao and Master Fan must have had a grudge in their previous lives, the Black Shadow said. The young man said with a smile, fortunately, Master Fan went to the fishery state of the East Sea and hasn't been heard from yet. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Sect of all times to have a good talk with him. The Black Shadow asked curiously, why did the fishery state of the East Sea take away so many forgers 20 years ago? The value of forgers lies in the equipment they forge, the young man said, and the value of equipment lies in war. So, the 3 states outside the border don't seem to be peaceful either, the Black Shadow murmured. The 3 states outside the border. They were the fishery state of the East Sea, the spiritual state of the West Sea, and the Haozhou state of the South Sea. They used to be one with the Falling Star continent. In the ancient times, when the emperors fought each other, they were forced out into the depths of the ocean. Because of the obstruction of the endless ocean, the 3 states had almost no contact with the inland 9 states. They were like 3 independent small worlds. In the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao had been sitting in the study thinking about the young man since he came back. He thought to himself, how did he know about Yao Menjing? The little girl had been cultivating in the Sect all the time. With the hidden cultivation technique, she wasn't discovered even when she went to the Demon Valley. Logically, she shouldn't have been exposed. The system said, could it be that she awakened the connate demonic body and was caught by them in advance with some ability? Jun Changshao leaned against the back of the chair and murmured, if that's the case, it means that the young man is related to the remnants of the demonic sect. Yes, the system said. Now that they were talking about business, they didn't make any joke. Then we just need to follow the trail of the remnants of the demonic sect and investigate, Jun Changshao said. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a powerful expert hiding outside the straw hut, with his temper, he would have already pressed the young man to the ground and dragged him over for interrogation. You're thinking too much. The system said, they came to invite you over. How could they not be prepared? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, if we don't find out about this darkness sect, it'll be like having a fishbone stuck in our throat. Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Wanshur skipped in and said, Why are you looking for me? The God of Cookery tournament is about to start. You have to prepare well and win the championship for me, Jun Changshao said. Yes, yes, Lu Wanshi said. Ever since the cooking competition ended, I've been preparing. When the God of Cookery tournament starts, I won't embarrass the patriarch and the sect. Leave the cafeteria to your father and focus on cooking, Jun Changshao said. Okay, Lu Wanshi said. After a while, the Ning brothers were also called over. Jun Changshao ordered, speed up the recruitment of disciples and try to get 30,000 people as soon as possible. Yes. After the two left, Jun Changshao leaned against the chair and rubbed his temples, saying, How can I raise the ranking of the heroes seeking dear board? Could it be, he paused and said, you want me to bring my disciples to challenge the high-level sects? Chapter 776. The main reason why the sect of all times was ranked in the top 100 was because they challenged the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect and the Eastern Radiant Prefecture. Therefore, Jun Changshao guessed that if he wanted to increase his ranking, he had to do something. The existence of the system and the mission made it impossible for him to keep a low profile. He was destined to either move forward in the storm or sing in the underworld. Who should I challenge? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and began to consider whether he should challenge the large sects or challenge the entire prefecture. After breaking through to the peak of the sword and martial emperors, his battle prowess was not inferior to a half-saint. Therefore, he became bolder. If it wasn't enough, he would challenge the entire prefecture. No. Jun Changshao shook his head. Without any enmity, it's too much to challenge the sects of an entire prefecture. Wait, enmity? Right. He slapped his head and said, Demon Fiend Sect Godslayer Hall. At this critical moment, Jun Patriarch thought of the two third-rate heretical sects that had enmity with the sect. Although they had been well-behaved recently and didn't have much of a presence, it was not a bad idea to use them as stepping stones to increase his sect's ranking. There was a saying in the martial arts world, one would rather offend the king of hell than the heretical sections. It wasn't that the heretical sects were stronger than the top sects, but that these heretical sects were very extreme in their actions and liked to use underhanded method. If one offended them, it would be impossible to guard against their revenge. If the cultivators of the outside world found out about using the two third-rate heretical sects as stepping stones, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration. Of course. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, This kind of thing has to be properly publicized. Let the relevant departments in charge of the all heroes seeking martial arts rankings know about it. Don't step on them when the time comes. If they don't add points to the sect, then it'll be bad. Extra. In a certain city, a young man was running on the main street and yelling at the top of his lungs, In half a month, the patriarch of the sect of all times will bring his disciples to challenge the Demon Fiend Sect. Extra. The voice of a young man selling newspapers rang out in the various prefectures. Soon, many cultivators heard about this and began to discuss it. The sect of all times actually dares to challenge a third-rate heretical sect. Dragon and tiger battle for supremacy is a friendly exchange of pointers after all. Evil sect cultivators have always been sinister and cunning, and they would stop at nothing. If you dare challenge them, you'll probably have to pay a terrible price. The sect of all times has gone overboard. Just because you've improved a little, you think you're invincible. I'm afraid you'll end up like the heaven-defying faction back then. It's normal for the sect of all times to challenge the Demon Fiend Sect. After all, the two sects have a grudge against each other. I just didn't expect Jun Patriarch to be so anxious. If it was in the past, people would think that a fifth-rate sect was courting death by challenging a third-rate heretical sect. But now, no one could confirm this. In terms of strength, the sect of all times definitely had it. After all, they had defeated so many first- and second-rate sects in the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. However, the third-rate sects were despicable and played dirty tricks. It was hard to say who would win. If it's a normal challenge without any tricks, the Sect of All Times and the Demon Fiend Sect should have a 60 to 40 chance of winning. After all, the heretical sects have some strange martial arts that no one knows. I think they should have a 50 to 50 chance of winning. There was still half a month before the challenge. The various sects and cultivators were so bored that they began to speculate about who would win and who would lose. Extra, extra. A few days later, another youth began to yell in the streets, "In half a month, the Sect of All Times Patriarch will bring his disciples to challenge the God-slaying Hall." What the hell? Challenging a third-rate heretical sect again? It's only been 5 days? June Patriarch is going to do something big. What a coincidence. Both heretical sects have had conflicts with the Sect of All Times. Is he trying to tell the world that he will definitely take his revenge? A fifth-rate sect challenging 2 third-rate heretical sects in a row was something that had never happened before in the Starfall continent. So, as the various cultivators discussed this, they decided that they had to watch the battle on the day of the challenge. Extra, extra. The Sect of All Times, the Demon Fiend Sect, and the God-slaying Hall have reached an agreement. The 3 parties will set up an unruly arena on Mount Hua, and the winner will be determined by life and death. Disciples, elders, and patriarch can all fight. The cultivators who heard the news all widened their eyes. From the disciples to the patriarch, the winner would be determined by life and death in an unruly arena. This was definitely going to be a big gamble. "Little guy, what else is there?" Someone stopped the newspaper seller and asked. The youth said, "The Sect of All Times will fight 1 against 2 this time." 1 against 2? Damn, June Patriarch is so strong. In an unruly arena, the heretical sects will definitely use all kinds of dirty tricks. Can the Sect of All Times take it? 30 to 70. 20 to 80. It was easy to dodge an arrow in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden one. The cultivators' confidence in the Sect of All Times dropped sharply. Heavenly Mandate, Imperial City. Mu Changhong received the news firsthand. He covered his forehead and said, "This guy is not developing the sect properly, but jumping out to court death every now and then. Is he crazy?" Crazy. He could not break through if he did not court death. Tianxing and Sidu Haoyun were also devastated after hearing the news. They knew that the Sect of All Times had a grudge with the 2 third-rate heretical sections. Otherwise, they would not have eradicated the 2 branches in Yangzhou in the southwest. But to challenge such heretical sects and play an unruly battle to the death, was his brain kicked thousands of times by a donkey? Palace Lord. In Miaohua Palace, Ling Xingyue said solemnly, "Are we really going to Mount Hua?" "Now, immediately," Shi Jingxian said. The Sect of All Times had challenged the 2 heretical sects, so she had to go. Although she could not see, she would cheer for them with her heart. Sigh. Shangguan Fonghua said, "This kid is really a restless master. It is a miracle that he can live until now and even strengthen the sect." Her words hit the nail on the head. If it were anyone else, they would have died thousands of times, but Jun Changshao had the system and was always in a state of cheating. He also had a group of disciples who were destined to be protagonists, so the longer he lived, the more powerful he became. Demon Sect. When the higher-ups received Jun Changshao's reply, they all sneered. A few days ago, the Sect of All Times sent a challenge letter, saying that they would come and challenge them. They were quite worried, after all. The former had already become the champion of the Dragon-Tiger battle. It would be difficult for their own sect to beat them. Patriarch. An elder said, "Since the Sect of All Times has come to challenge us, why don't we play to our strengths and play an unruly battle to the death?" The strength of the heretical sects was that they had to kill their target no matter what method they used. That makes sense. The Patriarch of the Demon Sect took the suggestion and hurriedly wrote a letter to the Sect of All Times. The general idea was, "Since you have come to challenge us, we welcome you. But if you want to play, then let's play an unruly battle to the death. In his opinion, any normal sect would not play this kind of battle. In the end, not only did Jun Changshao agree, he even set the location at Mount Hua and challenged his sect and the Godslayer Temple at the same time. Arrogant, arrogant! Or does Jun Changshao really think that he's invincible in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy after defeating a first-rate sect that only sent ordinary disciples? On the unruly battle to the death, our demon sect will definitely let this sect understand what it means to be unscrupulous. Patriarch Li Qingyang said seriously, the heretical sects have many tricks up their sleeves. I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. Jun Changshao said, since it is an unruly battle to the death, if the heretical sects can play tricks, then so can the sect of all times. Li Qingyang fell silent. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, Qingyang, you have a magnanimous and benevolent personality, but you must remember that on a real battlefield, you have to use tricks like monkeys stealing peaches. Because living is more important than anything else. Li Qingyang said, this disciple understands. What an honest child. He was gradually and subtly being influenced by Go Sheng. Let's go. After finishing their meal, Jun Changshao left the sect and headed for Mount Hua. Not only did he bring along Li Qingyang and the other disciples, but also Mo Shang, Ding Xingwang, and the newly recruited the Purple King. It could be seen from the lineup. Unscrupulous? It was not that the sect of all times did not have anyone. For example, an older heretical cultivator like Old Ding, even if he suppressed his cultivation to the level of a martial master or wuzong, he could still make the younger heretical cultivators understand what it meant to say, your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Chapter 777. Hua Mountain was no stranger to Jun Changshao in the past, and it was no stranger to the current Jun Changshao as well, because this was his second time here. Back then, climbing to the top of the mountain to interact with the various sects, and at the same time letting the disciples show off and slap their faces, how cool was that? Stepping on the ancient stairs because it was not during the Hua Mountain Martial Arts Symposium, there was no gravity array, so it was like walking on flat ground. Of course, even if there was an array, with the current strength of the sect of all times disciples, it was useless. Not long after, Jun Changshao led the crowd to the top of the mountain. Standing on the smooth platform used for the martial arts symposium, the past was still vivid in his mind, but now things were different. Jun Changshao raised his head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and was about to speak. Can you stop being so sentimental? The system ridiculed at an inappropriate time. Jun Changshao said, what do you know, this is the atmosphere. His emotions that had just been brewing were disrupted, so he no longer had the mood to lament. Instead, he ordered, Elder Zhen, reinforce the platform with a formation. Otherwise, the entire mountain will be destroyed before we can beat up the two heretical sections. Okay. Zhen Dejuan began to walk around, and then set up a stabilizing array around the platform. The system said, Host, you can rub your face back and forth to see if the stone slab meets the ISO Quality Management System certification standards. Jun Changshao swore that if this guy had a physical body, he would definitely beat it up to take revenge for all the insults. Because they arrived quickly, there were no other forces on Hua Mountain. However, after waiting for half a day, the martial artists from the various sects came up one after another. Jun Patriarch. One of the sect elders cupped his hands and smiled. Currently, with the exception of a few, most of the third-rate, fourth-rate, and fourth-rate sects approved of the sect of all times very much. After all, winning the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy had already proven everything. Since they already had enough respect, why were they still not optimistic about the sect of all times in the upcoming battle? The reason was that there were no rules in the life and death battle. Competitions like the Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony had rules and restrictions, But life and death battles didn't care about rules. The only thing one could do was either kill or be killed. When it came to killing people, the evil sects were obviously more proficient than the righteous sections. Besides, even if evil sect was weak, they might have some unknown method to turn the situation around in a life-and-death battle. In short, the strength of the sect of all times was recognized by many sects. However, because the format of the battle was a matter of life and death, the crowd was more inclined towards the evil sect, which was already deeply rooted in their minds. Furthermore, and two third-rate heretical sects at that, no one looked down on the sect of all times. Even the demon fiend sect, who had been challenged, had been very wary at first. It was just that they were best at playing a life-and-death battle with no rules, so they had confidence. Jun Changshao agreed and chose to fight 1 against 2. Not only did he want to raise his ranking, but he also wanted to tell the world that the sect of all times knew how to play both in the open and in the dark. Jun Patriarch, it's an honor to meet you. You're welcome, you're welcome. The elders of the various sects who had reached the top of the mountain all clasped their hands in greeting. Since Jun Changshao was a member of the sects, he naturally wouldn't lose his manners. He could act pretentious and humble. This was the true way of life. Patriarch. Just as he was conversing with the Patriarch, Li Qingyang sent a message, "Palace Master Shi is here." "My apologies, I have to leave first." Jun Changshao clasped his hands and walked toward Shi Jingxian, who had just reached the top with Li Er's help. He smiled and greeted her, "Palace Master Shi, we meet again." Shi Jingxian smiled. Jun Patriarch challenged two third-rate heretical sections. "You're truly bold." "You're too kind," Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said, "I also wish your sect a great victory and your might spread throughout the world." Behind them, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue looked at each other helplessly. The palace master represented Miao Hua Palace. Even if she came to cheer for the sect of all times, she couldn't do it in public. Otherwise, she would easily offend two third-rate heretical sections. When the elders of the various sects heard Shi Jingxuan's words, they secretly muttered to themselves. Since the palace master of Miao Hua Palace had made such a public statement, could it be that she had an unspeakable relationship with Jun Changshao? Jun Patriarch and Palace Master Shi are both sect masters and are of similar age. They're definitely a match made in heaven, a fourth-rate sect elder said with a smile. That's right. Many cultivators agreed. As the person involved, Shi Jingxuan's face immediately turned red. Jun Changshao smiled awkwardly. Jun and Palace Master Shi are just friends. Please don't misunderstand. Understood, understood. Everyone laughed. Obviously, no matter how Jun Changshao acted, they already believed that the two of them were in a relationship. Perhaps they didn't dare to reveal their relationship because they were famous, so they could only secretly develop their relationship. That was true. At this moment, Jun Patriarch's career was on the rise. If he revealed their relationship, all aspects would be affected. The most terrifying thing in the world was forcefully imagining things and having a gossipy heart. The fiend demon sect is here. The murdering god temple is here too. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone stopped gossiping and either used their spiritual senses or looked down the mountain. They saw the fiend demon sect patriarch and the murdering god temple master leading a large group of disciples up the mountain. Whoosh whoosh. Before they arrived, the evil aura arrived first. The cultivators whose cultivation weren't too high shuddered. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. No matter how strong a righteous sect's cultivation was, it would only make people feel respect. However, no matter how weak an evil sect was, it could still make people feel fear. This was the biggest difference between the two. Ta, ta, ta. The fiend demon sect patriarch and the murdering god temple master strode up. Don't be fooled by their calm expressions. When they saw Jun Changshao, they immediately felt a little guilty. Other people's understanding of the sect of all times might still be stuck at the battle of dragons and tigers, but the third-rate evil sects had already received news that not long ago, this sect had occupied the mine and forced the first-rate and second-rate sects to retreat. It's fine, it's fine. They were just relying on their special firearms. If they really fought without rules, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Because of the arrival of the two evil sects, the banquet-like atmosphere at the peak of Mount Hua was disrupted and became incomparably austere. Many cultivators quieted down. Only the disciples of the sect of all times were calm. They even looked at their opponents with strange smiles on their faces. The fiend demon sect and murdering god temple disciples felt their hair stand on end. Especially when they thought of the scene where the disciples of the sect of all times who had participated in the battle of dragons and tigers against the disciples of the first-rate sects, they immediately lost their confidence. This wasn't friendship first and learning from each other second. This was a true life and death battlefield. Don't underestimate yourself, and don't think that your opponents are too strong. The two evil sect disciples cheered in their hearts. But when they saw the malicious smiles of the sect of all times disciples, they couldn't get angry at all. Pressure. Invisible pressure. Patriarch Ren, is it? Jun Changshao looked at the patriarch of the fiend demon sect and said with a smile, "Do you still want this Lord's blade?" The fiend demon sect patriarch's mouth twitched. The enmity between the fiend demon sect and the sect of all times was because Jun Changshao had used the green dragon crescent blade when they challenged the Holy Spring sect. Now that he thought about it, he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Temple Master Han, have you stood up for the other evil sects recently? Jun Changshao looked at the murdering god Temple Master with an even wider smile on his face. The murdering god Temple Master's expression was very interesting. At the same time, he was also very regretful. When the other evil sects were destroyed back then, why did he have to join in the fun and instigate the other evil sects to suppress the sect of all times? The two of you, Jun Changshao said, let's not waste any more words. Let's start the fight now. How do we fight? Patriarch Ren asked. Jun Changshao said, disciple against disciple, elder against elder, patriarch against patriarch. You can fight one-on-one or as a group. My sect of all times will accompany your two sects to the end. These words were very flirtatious. This chapter would definitely be broken again. Chapter 778. My sect of all times will accompany your two sects to the end. Jun Changshao's words filled the martial artists who came to watch the show with admiration. After all, very few people dared to be so arrogant in front of two evil sections. Jun Patriarch. A martial artist shouted, although I don't like to gamble, I bet that your sect will win this time. Swoosh. Jun Changshao turned around and pointed at him. Little brother, remember this. The sect of all times will win based on strength and not probability. Yes, yes. That person hurriedly corrected him. The sect of all times will definitely win based on their strength. You're a loose cultivator? Yes. If you don't mind, you can come to the sect of all times and register. We'll make an exception and accept you without going through the procedures. Really? A gentleman keeps his word. That man was so excited that he almost flew into the air. He wasn't too old and had once dreamed of becoming a disciple of the sect of all times. However, his talent wasn't too outstanding, so he couldn't muster up the courage to participate in the assessment. Now, the patriarch of the sect of all times was asking him to register with the sect of all times in front of everyone and even make an exception. This was definitely something that he had never dreamed of. The elders of the various sects were speechless. Letting loose cultivators join without going through the procedures was too casual, wasn't it? Jun Changshao was a very casual person to begin with. Since loose cultivators openly supported the sect of all times, it was normal for him to take them in on a whim. In the past, when he recruited disciples, he had to confirm with his eyes. Another loose cultivator shouted, The sect of all times will win, the sect of all times will win. The rest of the people started to shout as well. Unfortunately, no matter how much they shouted, June Patriarch didn't allow them to register with the sect of all times. They could be casual when appropriate. If they were casual all the time, they wouldn't be human. The two of you. Jun Changshao stood on the smooth stone platform and said, "A battle of our level will definitely affect the stone platform, so I made the decision to set up a stabilizing formation first. Do the two of you have any objections?" "No problem," Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han said. The two of them were quite confident when they arrived, but when they saw the powerful aura emanating from the sect of all times disciples, they immediately lost their confidence. "Since the two of you have a phobia of choice, then I suggest that you fight one-on-one. After all, this place is small, and a group fight would be difficult to open." Jun Changshao smiled. Sure. The leaders of the two sects had no objections. To be precise, ever since they reached the summit, their momentum had been suppressed by the sect of all times, and they had completely lost the initiative. "Xingqian." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "You'll be the first to fight." Ta. Yi Xingqian walked up the stone steps with a dazzling light and stood at the center. Even if she did not say anything, her gaze when she looked at the two evil sect disciples seemed to be saying two words: "It's that guy." The martial artists who were watching the show had fear in their eyes. The scene of Yi Xingqian trampling on Ao Wushuang during the battle of dragons and tigers was still vivid in their minds, so the fear they felt was even greater than when they saw a powerful evil cultivator. With Night Emperor's irritable and arrogant personality, if he were to become stronger in the future, killing someone with a glare would be the most basic thing he could do. "Patriarch Ren, your sect should go first." No, Temple Master Han should go first." The two leaders of the evil sects began to decline, but Yi Xingqian said impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense, come up together." "Jun Patriarch, this is your disciple's request, so we'll respectfully accept," Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han said in unison. The corners of the mouths of the various sects twitched. These two third-rate heretical sects were truly shameless. "Lingyao." Patriarch Ren waved his hand and said, "Go up." "Yes." The disciple called Yu Lingyao walked up. He was one of the strongest direct disciples of the Fiend Demon sect, so it was obvious that Patriarch Ren was very cautious. "Lingyao?" Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yu Lingyao met his gaze and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to his spine. He thought to himself, "Have I offended him?" "You haven't. But your name sounds the same as Lingyao," which instantly evoked Night Emperor's monstrous killing intent towards that woman. "Humph." Yu Lingyao sneered and thought to himself, "Although this guy defeated Ao Wushuang, I have 100 ways to kill him in the lawless arena." "Xianganj," Temple Master Han said indifferently, "Let's go." He sent out a direct disciple who was not inferior to Yu Lingyao in terms of strength. Temple Master Han and Patriarch Ren had the same idea. Since it was a lawless battle, they had to establish their prestige in the first battle. Ta. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Anj walked up and looked at Yi Xingqian with an evil smile. They were a little scared, but thinking that they didn't have to care about any rules and were fighting 2 against 1, they were definitely confident enough. "Thanks to the 3 Patriarch Ren, I will be the referee today." The third-rate Imperial Void Temple Master was about to walk up the stone platform, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Xingqian. "You can start now." "Okay." He said loudly, "Start." Shwa. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Lingyao and Xiang Anj used their movement techniques to split up. Using the unique secret technique of the evil sects, their movement techniques were so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. 100 ghosts night walk, 1,000 ghosts flying soul. A cultivator shouted the names of the movement techniques used by the two. Shwa. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Anj were warned by the Patriarch, so they pushed their speed to the limit as soon as the battle started. They jumped up and down, dodged left and right, and were dazzling. Of course, they were definitely not showing off. Instead, while moving at high speed, they locked onto Yi Xingqian with their spiritual senses and looked for a flaw to attack. Found it. A moment later, the two of them found a flaw at the same time and jumped up. Rays of light instantly attacked from the left and right. If they used hidden weapons to attack in a regular competition, they would definitely be scolded for being shameless, and even be judged as losing. However, in the lawless life and death arena, everything was normal. Bang! Bang! Yi Xingqian stepped out. Spiritual energy gathered in his fist, as if it had turned into an iron fist, breaking the dozens of attacks coming from the left and right. Then, he used the cloud treading steps and directly attacked Yu Lingyao. Boom! The iron fist smashed over, and the opponent exploded into a cloud of smoke. Substitution technique. Someone exclaimed. Whoosh! Yu Lingyao spun and landed on the ground from afar. He spread his legs and supported himself with one hand. He sneered and said, "This is the disciple of the Sect of all times who won the Dragon Tiger competition. You're just, boom." Before he could finish, his entire face was hit by a fist flying from the side. Then, just like when he used the movement technique just now, he flew out in a flashy manner. Ta! Yi Xingqian appeared at the place where the opponent fell. He suddenly reached out with his right hand and directly grabbed the opponent's ankle, smashing him to the ground with a bang. Bang! 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 Yu Lingyao was smashed left and right like a rope. Because the slate had been strengthened, it was not damaged at all. The corners of the mouths of the martial artists twitched. The scene of Yi Xingqian grabbing the opponent's ankle and smashing him from left to right, and from right to left, had happened in the Dragon Tiger competition. Now that they saw it again, it was still as brutal as ever. Good chance. Taking advantage of the time when Yu Lingyao was being crazily tortured, Xiang and Guo quietly went to the side. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he gathered a strong spiritual energy and stabbed from the back. Trash! Yi Xingqian suddenly raised his hand and condensed a barrier in his palm, instantly blocking the tip of the spear. Xiang and Guo, who was blocked, sneered. Then, he turned his palm and pulled out a thin sword from the handle of the spear, stabbing it at a tricky angle. Poochie, blood splattered. When everyone caught up with the rhythm of the battle, they saw Xiang and Guo standing in the same place, holding the sword and stabbing out, but his head had already flown out. Yi Xingqian had unknowingly held the true Yang sword in his hand. A drop of blood gathered on the blade, and he said coldly, "In this life, I will not make the same mistake." Putong! Putong! The head fell to the ground and the body fell. The direct disciple of the deicide hall has been killed. It was normal for people to die in a life and death battle without rules, but a direct disciple of a third-rate sect had died just like that. The shock it brought was still very big. Bang! Yi Xingqian suddenly raised his sword and directly chopped off Yu Lingyao's right hand. The vicious hidden weapon that was originally pinched at the tip of his finger, ready to be activated at any time, suddenly rolled down. Remember, change your name in your next life. Poochie. The true Yang sword flickered and directly pierced through Yu Lingyao's back, piercing through his heart. This attack came very quickly and also hit the vital point, so the other party did not feel too much pain before losing consciousness. In a life and death battle without rules, Yu Lingyao could use 100 methods to kill Yi Xingqian, but Yi Xingqian only needed one method to finish him off. Announce it. Jun Chongshao looked at the palace master of the Imperial Void Temple. After being stunned for a moment, the latter said, "The first battle, the disciple of the Sect of all times wins." Chapter 779. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Eng finished their curtain call after a showy performance. No matter how many tricks they had up their sleeves, no matter how despicable they were, everything was futile in front of Yi Xingqian. A battle of life and death without rules. Either they would live or he would die. Therefore, no one would stand on the moral high ground and condemn such a cruel act that treated human lives like dirt. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han clenched their fists. Their eyes were filled with anger, but their hearts were bleeding. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Ange were the most important core disciples of their sections. Now that they had died, it was definitely a heavy loss. They couldn't blame anyone else. Jun Changshao wanted to use the two sects as a stepping stone to increase their ranking. He wanted to cause trouble for their sects, but they just had to play a battle of life and death without rules and use despicable method. Patriarch Yi Xingchen said, "Can I continue?" The first battle couldn't even be considered a warm-up. He wanted to fight a second battle, or directly take care of all the disciples of the two sections. Before Jun Changshao could speak, Patriarch Ren spoke first. Each person can only fight one battle. From Yi Xingchen's cold and resolute methods just now, he realized that this person had definitely killed many people and had extremely high combat experience. If he continued to stay on the battlefield, no one in the sect would be able to defeat him. "Come down," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingchen coldly glanced at the two heretical disciples. When they met his gaze, they were so shocked that their hearts trembled. "A bunch of trash." Pei Ania walked down. His time to show off was over. The next person to go up was Li Qingyang. "Jun Patriarch, do you still want me to fight 1 against 2? Hall Master Han suppressed his anger. "Qingyang, you choose. Since junior brother Yi wants to fight 1 against 2, then I will fight 1 against 2 as well." Li Qingyang scratched his head, looking rather silly. The two heretical elders sent out 2 more core disciples to fight. Even this simple and honest person from the sect of all times was so arrogant that he wanted to fight 1 against 2, so he had to cooperate fully. Of course, it was mainly because Yi Xingchen was no longer around that gave them some confidence. Moreover, the disciples of the sect of all times seemed to be more honest and easy to bully. Even if they were very strong, it was not impossible to use underhanded methods to kill them. "Begin," the referee shouted. Swoosh, shwa, whoosh. The 2 direct disciples of the evil sects immediately launched their attack. Similarly, they wandered around in a flashy manner, looking for openings that they could use to launch a sneak attack. On the other hand, Li Qingyang was still standing in the same place. Shwa! Shwa! The 2 evil sect disciples found an opening and shot out hidden weapons with powerful psionic energy from afar. Hidden weapons were almost useless against high-realm martial artists, but if the person throwing the hidden weapons was strong, then it would be different. Under normal circumstances, many experts disdained to use hidden weapons, unless they were from an evil sect that had no bottom line. Boom! Boom! Li Qingyang took a big step forward and shattered it with his fist that was filled with righteousness. The more he did so, the happier the 2 evil sect disciples were. Because this guy was more righteous and was much gentler than Yi Xingchen. Shwa! Suddenly, Li Qingyang used the cloud treading steps and rushed over. Before the Devil Fiend sect disciple could think of dodging, he suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Not good, Ping. Li Qingyang suddenly sped up and appeared in front of his opponent. He threw a punch at his crotch. This was not a monkey stealing a peach, this was a monkey smashing a peach. Boom! That Devil Fiend sect disciple was caught off guard and was hit by a fist that was as hard as a rock. Then, his entire body flew out and landed outside the stone platform. He fainted. As for what happened below, there was no need to mention it. When the martial artists saw this, they could not help but shudder. Such a simple and honest disciple of the sect of all times actually used such a despicable move. "Good acting," Jun Changshao said. He knew that Li Qingyang's simple and honest appearance was purposely fake. It was undeniable that the second disciple could defeat the evil sect disciple even if he used open and above-board methods. However, using underhanded moves in this situation could be considered a form of self-growth and experience. Jun Changshao admired open and above-board martial artists, But he did not want his disciple to become such a person because there was basically no good ending for them. Second junior brother. Lu Qianqian secretly said, "You've changed." She subconsciously looked at Jun Changshao. "You've become like the patriarch." Shua. Shua. At this moment, the god-slaying hall disciple took the opportunity to throw over dozens of hidden weapons. There were penetrative and explosive ones. It could be said that there were many kinds of hidden weapons. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingyang broke it with his fist. Then, he used the cloud-treading steps and once again used the monkey-smashing peaches to send the opponent flying. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched violently. Li Qingyang had broken through all sorts of hidden weapons in a row, and the strength he had displayed had made them realize that he could completely crush the two evil sect disciples in terms of strength, but he had used such a despicable method to send them flying. At this moment, the various sects had a new understanding of the sect of all times. Not only could they perform outstandingly in a formal competition like the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, they could also play freely in a battle of life and death without rules. The second round, the sect of all times wins, the referee shouted. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han let out a sigh of relief. It was no longer important whether the two disciples would be useful in the future. What was important was that they were still alive. Even though Li Qingyang had been doing his best to follow the patriarch's train of thought, he still stuck to his bottom line in the end and did not deliberately cause a massacre. This was the biggest difference between him and Yi Xingchen. Whether the latter's opponent was a sinister and cunning evil cultivator or an open and above-board martial cultivator, as long as his temper flared up, he would kill them all. Li Fei fight. Yes. The two evil sects braced themselves and sent two more disciples to fight. Bam! Bam! After the fight began, Li Fei moved at full speed and turned into a series of afterimages. He used his actions to show the evil sect disciples what it meant to be flashy and dazzling. Ancient shadowless kick. Boom! 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 Li Fei caught the openings of the two evil sect disciples and sent them flying. The moment he flew out, he used his sword to cut off one of their arms. The third round, the sect of all times wins. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han were about to cry. After 3 rounds, 2 of the 6 disciples were dead, 2 were crippled, and 2 were heavily injured. This was unacceptable. However, the next to fight were Mo Shang, Long Xiang, and the other disciples. Without saying anything, they used all sorts of underhanded moves to kill or torture their opponents horribly. Huff huff, the nth round began. Lu Qianqian stood on the stone platform like an untainted fairy. Opposite her, the 2 evil sect disciples were frozen before they could even start their flashy performance. Everyone's expressions were interesting. After more than 10 rounds, the 2 third-rate evil sect disciples did not gain any advantage in the fight and were completely defeated by the sect of all times. This defeat was not only in terms of strength but also in terms of all sorts of method. What dumbfounded the martial artists the most was that one of the sect of all times disciples could communicate with an array to restrain the evil sect disciples. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han were so angry that they nearly spat out blood. Jun Changshao smiled. Since this is a life and death battle without rules, it shouldn't be against the rules for my disciples to use everything they can reasonably, right? Everyone. It seemed like they used an array to reinforce the stone platform to prevent it from being damaged during the battle, but in reality, they secretly left something for their disciples to use. This sect of all times was way too sinister, even more sinister than the evil sects. Of course, Jun Changshao said, since we've used this method before, our sect of all times disdains to use it a second time. Please don't worry and continue to send your disciples to fight. Jun Patriarch Rin said in a low voice, the disciples won't fight but the elders will. Sure. Jun Changshao said, Zi Huan, fight. The Purple King was stunned. Am I not the disciple who opened the door? When did I become an elder? Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao transmitted, hurry up. The Purple King did not understand, but he still swaggered up. When he stood in the center, the aura of a king returned from the fried rice. He said proudly, 1 against 2. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 evil sect elders flew up. Both of them were at the emperor level, but their short skills weren't very high. Come. The Purple King clenched his fists and a powerful aura erupted from his body. His shirt and pants were instantly torn apart, leaving only his red underwear that never wore out. Damn! Jun Changshao covered his face and said, will this big sand eagle die if he doesn't expose his body? Chapter 780. When the Purple King stepped onto the stone platform, he immediately tore off all his clothes without saying a single word. This immediately stunned all the martial artists present. Many of the females were so embarrassed that they quickly turned their heads away. Clothes that get in the way. It will only make this prince uncomfortable wearing it. The Purple King stood proudly. His body was neither fat nor thin. It could be said that he was perfectly proportioned. His muscles were extremely striking to the eye. From this, one could conclude that this guy liked to show off not because he was uncomfortable wearing clothes, but because he wanted to show off his good figure in front of humans. The martial artists from the various sects all had black lines on their faces. They had seen clothes being torn off in a fight before. For example, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang had done it during the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger. However, they had only torn off their clothes when they were fighting passionately. None of them had torn off their clothes right from the start like this. Moreover, even if he did, according to some unwritten rule, only his clothes would be torn off. Since when had he torn off his pants? Why didn't he tear off his underwear too? Someone asked. The Purple King also wanted to tear off his underwear, but the one Jun Changshao gave him was very good at exploding. If he didn't put in the effort to tear it off, it would be very difficult to tear it off. Jun Patriarch, the Imperial Palace Master said awkwardly, isn't this a bit immoral? Jun Changshao explained, this elder of mine is very hot, especially when he fights. That's why he likes to take off his clothes before the fight starts. The Imperial Palace Master's mouth twitched. You people from the sect of all times are all geniuses. Cut the crap. The Purple King pointed at the 2 elders and said, hurry up and start. Bullying humans was his favorite, especially when he thought about how he, a king, had been reduced to a disciple of the sect of all times. He couldn't help but feel angry. Begin. The Imperial Palace Master shouted. The 2 evil sect elders looked at each other. Then, they erupted with Wu Huang's cultivation and rushed forward with rhythmic footwork. On the surface, they seemed to be fighting fairly, but all the martial artists present were clear that these evil Emperor stage powerhouses were definitely stronger when it came to scheming against others. As expected, the 2 Wu Huang of the evil sect seemed to be charging at him openly, but there were needle-like lights hidden in the spreading evil qi. Huff huff! The Demon Fiend sect elder was the first to rush over. A thick and cold palm instantly blasted out. The Purple King raised his eyebrows and similarly countered with a palm print. Boom! The 2 palms collided. The Demon Fiend sect elder staggered back until he was pushed to the edge. His left hand clutched his right wrist as he screamed in pain. The spiritual senses of the powerhouses present instantly detected that there were many small needles stuck in this person's right palm. The tips of the needles were curved outwards, and a gurgling black aura spread out from his skin. Soul-devouring poison on needle! Someone exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the cultivators changed greatly. The soul-devouring poison on needle was an extremely vicious treasure on the falling star continent. Not only was it made of special ores, but it also contained dozens of deadly poisons. Once one was pierced by one of these needles, one's soul would be corroded, and one would die in excruciating pain. Tisk! The Purple King withdrew his palm and said disdainfully, "How can you hurt me with such a small trick?" No wonder he was a king who had been bombarded countless times. Even the most vicious hidden weapons couldn't break through his defense. The demon fiend Sect elder screamed as he clutched his hand. The destruction from the depths of his soul could be said to be fatal. Antidote, antidote. Swoosh. The Purple King appeared in front of him. He clasped his hands on his shoulders and suddenly lifted him up. Then, he smashed him on the ground with a bang. The demon fiend Sect elder, who was about to take the antidote from the space ring, was violently hit again. His mind was in a mess. In the end, because he missed the best time to detoxify the poison, he could only die miserably from the poison. All the cultivators were sweating profusely. That was a genuine Wu Huang. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. He died just like that under their soul-devouring poison on needles. Ding, ding, ding. On the other side, the deicide palace elder launched a sneak attack from behind. Many hidden weapons like iron nails hit the Purple King's back. Unfortunately, all of them were bounced off. Engraved soul-severing needles. Everyone exclaimed again. Swoosh. The elder of the god-slaying hall landed on the ground. He did not mind that the hidden weapon he had released had been deflected. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile as he said, "Being hit by the engraved soul-breaking nail, even if it only touches the skin, it will be contaminated with poison." As expected, green spots appeared on the purple craggy monster king's back where he was hit. They quickly spread out and turned into a green giant. "It's over." The deicide palace master's face showed a long-lost smile. The poison of the engraved soul-severing needles was similar to the soul-devouring poison on needles. Not to mention emperor-level, even saint-level cultivators would be instantly corroded as long as they touched the skin. Ren Patriarch's heart was bleeding. His own elder was killed and the deicide palace elder took advantage of it. This was unacceptable. This guy is naked and took so many engraved soul-severing needles. In a few breaths' time, he will die from the poison of the demon fiend Sect elder. If he did not take off his clothes, he could at least be isolated. Now, he is completely cold. Everyone shook their heads. In their hearts, they had already sentenced the Purple King to death. Schwa. At this moment, the deicide palace elder once again used his fancy movement technique to circle around. Then, streams of light flew over from all directions. Although he was sure that the guy was dead, as an evil sect expert, he could only let down his guard after the enemy had truly died. Bang! 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 All kinds of hidden weapons flew over and landed on the green body of the Purple King. A pungent smell filled the air, indicating that the area had been completely enveloped by poison. This was an evil cultivator. Even if they were very strong in a life-and-death battle, they would use all kinds of methods to kill their opponent. They would not fight fair and square. Whoosh whoosh. The poison that filled the stone platform spread with the wind and was all absorbed into the array. It did not affect the spectating martial artists outside. Gradually, the internal poison dissipated and everything became clear. The Purple King was still standing in the same place, but the color of his body changed from green to blue, red, and black. It was like a color-changing bug. The elder from the god-slaughtering palace laughed strangely. It doesn't feel good to be tortured by all kinds of venom, right? Suddenly, his laughter froze, because the poison on the Purple King's skin began to recede on a large scale until the color of his skin returned to normal. The poison had been cured? This was impossible. This shouldn't be happening. Schwa. The Purple King suddenly rushed over and grabbed the deicide hall elder's neck with his big hand. Then, he suddenly squeezed hard, causing the other party to open his mouth in pain. Everyone's eyes widened. This was because they saw the Sect of all times elder restraining Wu Huang with one hand. Then, he raised his head, and there was a rainbow-colored light at his throat. Ha Tue, the Purple King lowered his head. A mouthful of phlegm mixed with 7-colored radiance instantly flew into the mouth of the god-slaying hall elder. Everyone grinned when they saw this. Especially when he thought of the disgusting scene just now, he suddenly had the urge to vomit. Wait a minute. What was the rainbow-colored light? Could it be that the poison had disappeared? The Purple King tilted his head and laughed sinisterly like a demon from hell. Not bad, right? Ugh! Ugh! The deicide hall elder made a sound from his throat. His eyes were filled with horror and despair. A moment later, the rainbow-colored light that entered his body suddenly dispersed, turning into countless types of poison that attacked his meridians, flesh and soul. Shwa! The Purple King released his hand. The deicide hall elder immediately fell to the ground. The skin all over his body began to change. Then, he hugged his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Under the corrosion of countless types of poison, his consciousness gradually disappeared until blood flowed from his 7 orifices. When he stopped twitching, he announced that his soul had returned to the 9 heavens. Chapter 781. The 2 Emperor-level elders of the Demon Fiend Sect and the God-slaying Hall had both died from their own poisons. It was extremely tragic. The spectators' eyes became rounder and rounder, and their ears became straighter and straighter. Those were 2 Wu Huang, and they died just like that. The Sect of all times wins the first round of the Battle of Elders. The Palace Master of the Imperial Void Palace announced loudly, but he was still in a state of shock. After all, the purple-haired man had killed the 2 evil Sect elders too easily and casually. If there were chairs behind them, the Patriarch of the Demon Fiend Sect and the Palace Master of the God-slaying Hall would definitely sit down. The death of a direct disciple was a follow-up blow to the Sect. Because it didn't continue well, it was very likely that the Sect would decline because of this. The death of an Emperor-level elder was a direct blow to the Sect, because it was equivalent to losing a pillar that supported the main hall. It could collapse at any time. Anger, pain, sorrow. All kinds of emotions wantonly attacked the hearts of the Patriarch and Palace Master Han. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Jun Changshao bring his disciples to challenge the Sect. If they lost, they would lose face and wouldn't suffer such a great loss. The 2 of you, Jun Changshao said, let's continue. Patriarch Rin clenched his fists and said, Jun Patriarch, how many rounds do you plan to fight in this Battle of Elders? The Sect of all times doesn't have many elders. Let's fight again. Okay. Patriarch Rin and Palace Master Han said in unison, let's fight again. The 2 of them were completely terrified now. They also realized that the Sect of all times dared to play an unruly deathmatch with them because they were confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed so easily and set the battlefield at Mount Hua, where anyone could come. Old Ding. Jun Changshao said, let's go. Whoosh. Ding Xingwang flew up and landed in the center of the stone platform. He put his hands behind his back, and the demeanor of an expert of the older generation suddenly burst out. Of course. He didn't burst out his cultivation. After all, with Wu Xing's cultivation, he could completely defeat the 2 third-rate evil sects by himself. A person like Jun Changshao could be called a cheater. Ding Xingwang, on the other hand, came to the beginner's village to bully an account that was about to reach max level. If it were any other expert, they would definitely disdain to bully a junior. However, as an evil cultivator, they could not be judged by common sense. Therefore, the evil saint of 5 treasures stood on the stage with a look of enjoyment on his face. Bullying a smurf makes me proud. Baby. Ding Xingwang urged, hurry up and send all the elders who can fight. It doesn't matter if this old man fights a group of them. As you wish. Patriarch Ren and Hall Master Han no longer cared about their reputation and directly sent out 3 elders each. This is too shameless. Even if you're from the heretical sects, shouldn't you at least have some dignity? Many martial artists muttered in their hearts, full of disdain for the Devil Fiend Sect and the Deicide Temple. Ding Xingwang shook his hand and smiled. Today, this old man will give you a good lesson and let you understand what it means to be an unscrupulous evil cultivator. Begin! The referee shouted. Ho ho ho! As soon as the referee finished speaking, the 6 evil sect elders all released their cultivation and attacked from different directions. Swoosh! Ding Xingwang used a strange movement technique to bypass a martial artist who was sneak attacking him, then grabbed his shoulder and said, "People who sneak attack must hold their breath and concentrate. Releasing your aura like this, are you afraid that others won't be able to catch you?" Boom! He directly pressed him to the ground. Swoosh! At this moment, another elder came over with all kinds of hidden weapons. Ding Xingwang turned around and raised 2 fingers in front of him, flicking away all the hidden weapons flying over. He shook his head and said, "Not bad to catch the flaw, but unfortunately, the timing is not right." As he spoke, his body alluringly retreated, dodging another evil cultivator's sneak attack. Then, he clasped his hands together and pointed his index and middle fingers, suddenly stabbing towards the indescribable area of the other party's butt. Bang! Ah! His butt was damaged and the ground was full of wounds. Seeing an elder using a method even more despicable than a monkey stealing a peach, the corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched. The Demon Fiend Sect and the God-Slaying Hall were evil sections. Whether it was using hidden weapons, sneak attacks, or numbers, it was all in line with their usual style. However, the Sect of all times was not an evil sect. From the lowest disciples to the elders, all of them used underhanded methods. Did they not care about the sect's face? Did you see that? Jun Changshao said, "Old Ding, this is what you call a method. You must watch and learn more." Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Fine. We're thinking too much. This guy and his sect don't care about face at all. When it came to face, Jun Changshao depended on the person. If he was facing a righteous sect, he would definitely communicate with them in an upright manner. But if he was facing an unscrupulous evil sect, he would definitely be even more unscrupulous. Let's go. On the stone platform, old Ding executed his chrysanthemum full of wounds. The 6 heretical elders could not guard against him at all. After a 5,000-word exchange, they were all lying outside with their butts sticking out in the air. The indescribable area was also covered with mosaic. The palace master of the Imperial Void Temple was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "The second round of the Battle of the Elders, the Sect of all times wins." At first, the various martial artists were a little surprised, but now they could treat it as normal. They were even guessing that if the disciples and elders of the Sect of all times were so underhanded, would Jun Changshao be even more underhanded in the Battle of the Patriarch? Thinking of this, everyone was looking forward to it. In a proper battle of life and death without rules, the audience's focus should be on the outcome and the excitement of the battle. But in the end, they were led astray by the Sect of all times. Instead, they were wondering what kind of underhanded moves they would use to broaden their horizons. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said, "the disciples have fought, the elders have fought, now it's our Patriarch's turn." The Patriarch Ren and the Patriarch Han were silent. Shwa! Jun Changshao strode up. A gust of wind blew over and gently blew away his uncombed black hair and the mink coat draped over his body. A few pigeons flapped their wings and flew up into the air. The entire scene slowed down for more than 10 meters. Ta! When they stood in the center area, Li Fei and Tianqi below the stage took back the 2 bellows. Li Tiantian and Sima Zhongda took the birdcage away. Ling Yuanxue caught the mink coat that had fallen down and quickly returned to the team. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said, "come up together. Jun Patriarch is going to challenge the Patriarch of 2 third-rate sects." Amazing! The martial artists' eyes were filled with admiration. The Patriarch Ren and the Palace Master Han looked at each other, and could only climb up the stone platform under everyone's gaze. Dong! Jun Changshao waved his right hand, and the green dragon crescent blade appeared in front of him. He waved his left hand again, and the jade dragon asks the heavens sword appeared out of thin air. With a ka-ka-ka sound, the 9 scales armor appeared on his body. He said, "Since there are no rules, then I will fight in my strongest state." The Patriarch Rin and the Palace Master Han had good eyesight. They could instantly tell that this guy was wearing and holding the best items. Oh right. Jun Changshao used his spiritual sense to bind the crescent blade and made it stand in front of him. Shwa. He reached into the void and directly took out the god-modified RPG rocket launcher. He then put it on his shoulder and said, "I forgot about this thing." Seeing the Patriarch take out all kinds of equipment, the disciples of the Sect of all times looked at the 2 heretics with sympathy. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said, "let me introduce. This is the Sect of all times' god-destroying, immortal-slaying blunderbuss. Its power. Let's put it this way. Earlier in the Spirit Stone Mine, the Bright Light Holy Sect's elder wanted to break in and was directly blasted down. The Patriarch Ren and the Palace Master Han had heard about this before, so their eyelids twitched violently and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Jun Changshao carried the rocket launcher and looked at the Palace Master of the Imperial Void Temple. "You can announce the start of the battle." "Wait!" The Patriarch Ren hurriedly said, "Jun Patriarch, I think that the disciples and elders have already fought. There's no need for us to fight anymore." "That's right," the Palace Master Han said, "it's getting dark. Why don't we end it here?" "No." Jun Changshao carried the rocket launcher and said, "When the Sect of all times was still weak, we were bullied by you. Now that we have the strength, we naturally have to settle this old score." The words, "old score," were emphasized. The Patriarch Ren wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Jun Patriarch, even if you want to settle the score, you have to use money to settle it." "That's right." Jun Changshao said, "Tell me, how do you want to settle this score?" "Give me money, give me spirit stones, give me crystal cores. Whatever Jun Patriarch wants to settle the score, my demon fiend sect will agree." The Patriarch Ren hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes." The Palace Master Han finally came around and said, "As long as it's not settled by fighting, we can settle it with anything else. Since that's the case, we'll settle it with spirit stones, crystal cores, ores, herbs, and seeds." Jun Changshao put away the rocket launcher, green dragon crescent blade, and jade dragon asks the heavens sword. "No problem, no problem." The Patriarch Ren and the Palace Master Han hurriedly said. Their panicked hearts gradually calmed down. "Everyone," Jun Changshao said in a clear voice, "the battle of life and death between the Sect of all times, the Demon Fiend Sect, and the God-slaying Palace has ended." Chapter 782. The battle between the Sect of all times and the 2 evil sects had ended. However, the martial artists from various sects who came to watch the battle twitched their mouths. They originally thought that Jun Changshao would bring out a bunch of equipment to engage in an intense battle, but from the way he introduced the power of the firearms and emphasized the word "old debt," it was obvious that he was telling the other party to settle the debt quickly. How? Of course they would use money to settle it. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han were veterans after all. How could they not understand Jun Changshao's meaning? Thus, they hurriedly took advantage of the situation and expressed that they were willing to use money and various martial arts resources to settle the old debt. I've learned it. When many martial artists walked down Mount Hua, they recalled the scene of Jun Patriarch taking out a bunch of top-grade equipment and forcing the 2 Patriarch to settle the debt. Their hearts immediately filled with admiration. Xiao! The array on the stone platform was dispelled, and the bloodstains on it were also cleaned. Li Qingyang took out a table and chairs from his spatial ring and arranged them. Previously, in the mansion in Iron Bone Town, he had used these tables and chairs to negotiate with the Bright Light Sacred Sect and world-defying sacred sect. Both of you. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Please sit." Patriarch Ren and Hall Master Han looked at each other and sat down helplessly. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Jun Changshao sat down and clasped his hands together. We might be able to become friends in the future. Just a moment ago, the disciples were still fighting a life and death battle on the stage. In the blink of an eye, they were calling each other brothers. The strength of the sect of all times made Patriarch Ren and Hall Master Han completely understand. Thus, they could only bitterly smile. Jun Changshao said, "Even blood brothers have to settle the debt clearly. Thus, friends are friends, but debts still have to be settled." Jun Patriarch Ren said, "Give me a number." At this moment, he had already steeled his heart to spend money to avoid disaster. Jun Changshao threw over an account book and said, "It's all written here. You two can do as you see fit." The account book is already prepared? This guy definitely did not come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He wanted to extort me from the beginning. Big brother, you should have said so earlier. Killing so many of my sect's disciples and even sacrificing an elder, this loss is not something that can be compensated with money. The two patriarchs took out the account book with tears in their hearts. When they saw that there was something written on it, they were dumbfounded. The final settlement was 1,000,000 natural spirit stones. After seeing this number, Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han widened their eyes. If it was 1,000,000 man-made spirit stones, a third-rate sect like theirs would definitely be able to afford it. But 1,000,000 natural spirit stones, really, Patriarch Ren? Jun Changshao said, "A few years ago, your sect competed with the Taikuan sect for a mine. You should be able to take out 1,000,000 natural spiritual stones, right?" Patriarch Ren's mouth twitched. Hall Master Han. Jun Changshao smiled and said, 6 years ago, your esteemed sect discovered a spirit stone mine and finished mining it half a month ago. You should be able to take it out, right? Temple Master Han's expression was stunned. His sect had found a spirit stone mine, but they had been blocking the news. Not only did the sect of all times know about it, but they also knew when it was finished mining. They were too well informed. Of course, since they were here to settle accounts, they would definitely order the Drizzle Hall to investigate carefully. Solemnly declare that I, Jun Goxing, never force people to do things, especially when it comes to extorting people. Both of you. Jun Changshao said seriously, doing business is also about integrity, so I hope you can also be honest when it comes to settling accounts, and not deliberately use underhanded means. Jun Patriarch Ren said with a bitter face, 1,000,000 natural spirit stones, my demon fiend sect really can't take it out. They could before. But recently they had consumed a lot, especially when the mine was snatched by the sect of all times. How much? There are 3, 4. When Patriarch Ren spoke, Jun Changshao put the rocket launcher on the table and gently wiped it, so he no longer hesitated and said affirmatively, 500,000. What about Temple Master Han? My temple. Bang! As soon as Temple Master Han spoke, Jun Changshao directly fired the cannon. The cannonball spun and rushed to the distant mountain peak, blowing it to pieces with a bang. The sect leaders of the two sects were shocked. Such a long distance, such a big mountain peak was razed to the ground in an instant. No wonder the peak of the bright light holy sect, Elder Wu Huang, would be blown unconscious on the spot. Temple Master Han, what did you just say? Jun Changshao asked. Temple Master Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a serious expression, my temple will sell everything we have to gather 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was definitely not what he wanted to say just now. He was definitely frightened by the cannon and changed his words at the last minute. Yes, Patriarch Ren said, my sect will definitely find a way to gather 1,000,000. Straightforward. Jun Changshao said with a smile, both of you, please turn to the next page. The two Patriarch Ren was startled and continued to turn to the next page of the account book. They saw a list of lost wages, injury compensation, insurance, housing fund, and so on. Although Patriarch Run and Temple Master Han did not understand, when they saw the final statistics, they collapsed on the chair powerlessly. The statistics were more complicated. 500,000 crystal cores, 500,000 medicinal herbs, 500,000 tons of ores, 500,000 medicinal herb seeds, and all kinds of materials were detailed. Both of you, Jun Changshao said, do you have any objections? No, no objections. Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han said with difficulty. They were now in a weak position and had just suffered a defeat. They could only admit defeat and obediently comply with all the demands of the winner, either ceding land or paying compensation. Let's sign the contract. Li Qingyang stepped forward and placed 2 pre-written contracts and ink in front of the 2 Patriarch Ren. Jun Changshao took out a few high-level crystal cores and quickly condensed a brand new shell on the rocket launcher. Once again, he rubbed it lovingly. Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han were so shocked that they were covered in cold sweat and hurriedly signed the contract. Jun Changshao said, "It is written clearly in the contract that the 2 Patriarch Ren must send the debt owed to the sect of all times within 7 days. If the time limit is exceeded, I will personally bring this thing to your sect to ask for it. Jun Patriarch Ren, please rest assured." Patriarch Ren said, "I guarantee it will be delivered within 7 days." Shua. Jun Changshao took back the rocket launcher and stood up to shake hands with the 2 of them, saying, "We are all friends in the future. We should visit each other more during the new year." Hearing this, Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han muttered in their hearts, "The land has been ceded and the money has been paid. Do we still have to pay tribute during the new year?" Both of you. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. "The Green Mountain will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again in the martial world. Goodbye." After saying this, he snapped his fingers and left with the elders and disciples. Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han continued to lie on the chair. Especially when they thought of the many spirit stones and martial arts resources they had to prepare, they clutched their chests in pain. Both of you. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Please make way, I want to take away the table and chairs." Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han almost vomited blood. At the most uncomfortable time, he even took away the chairs. Does he want us to squat on the ground and cry? Li Qingyang took back the table and chairs. The 2 Patriarch Ren and Temple Master Han stood on the stone platform in a daze. They looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Suddenly, a slightly sad melody came from the modified sound system on Yi Xingqian's back, and the corrupted Demon King's leisurely singing voice, snowflakes fluttering, the north wind whistling, the world is boundless. Chapter 783. After Jun Changshao finished talking with the 2 heretical patriarch, he left with his disciples. At that moment, he was in a very good mood, and he began to sing along with the song coming from the speakers. "Love what I love, no regrets, this love will stay in my heart." The disciples. Patriarch Li Fei pointed to the front and said, "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changshao stopped the noise pollution and looked over. He saw Shi Jingxian standing quietly under a banyan tree in the distance with Lier's help. The wind blew, and the corners of her clothes fluttered. She looked exceptionally fresh and refined. Very beautiful. She was like a fairy in a painting. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao walked over and said with a smile, "Why haven't you left yet?" "I'm waiting for Jun Patriarch," Shi Jingxian said with a smile. Jun Changshao said, "We don't seem to be going the same way, do we?" Fortunately, Elder Wei, the love expert, was not here. Otherwise, he would have kicked the Patriarch to the Eastern Sea Fishery Province. Shi Jingxian said with a smile, "Jun Patriarch defeated 2 third-rate heretical sects at the peak of Mount Hua. He will be famous again. When the time comes, the sect of all times ranking on the heroes seek list will definitely rise again. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Jun only wants to develop the sect in a low-key manner. He has always been indifferent to this kind of competition. Will the host die if he doesn't show off? The system broke down. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, the sect is busy, so I'll take my leave first. Shi Jingxian looked a little disappointed. However, she also had many things to take care of, so she said with a smile, Jun Patriarch, let's catch up in the future. Goodbye. Goodbye. The man and woman, who were a match made in heaven in the eyes of all the martial artists, left with their disciples. On the way, Li Fei and the others were muttering in their hearts. The palace master of Miaohua Palace obviously liked the patriarch. Why didn't she take the initiative to interact with him more? Just as Shi Jingxian had said, a few days after the sect of all times defeated the demon fiend sect and the god-slaying hall in a lawless deathmatch on Mount Hua, the news had spread throughout the Starfall continent and once again set off a new wave of discussion. So King strong. After fighting so many battles, none of the disciples were injured. This is too terrifying. Especially that elder. He challenged 6 elders by himself and exposed all of them. Exposed. That's right, it's the but. When the crowd gradually found out that the disciples and elders had frequently used all sorts of underhanded methods when fighting against the evil sects, they began to discuss whether the sect of all times was righteous or evil. You can say that he is righteous, but the things he does are even more evil than the evil sect. You can say that he is evil, but in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, he only oppressed his opponents and did not kill anyone. In the end, after a heated debate, the world came to a conclusion that the sect of all times was neither good nor evil. Jun Changshao, who was in the sect, found out about the evaluation of the outside world. He rubbed his chin and said, both good and evil, it's still all right. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, the patriarch of the demon fiend sect and the palace master of the god-slaying hall are here. Quickly invite them in. Jun Changshao very enthusiastically invited the 2 elders over. After settling the accounts, he specially ordered Lu Wansher to make a table full of delicious food. Although the patriarch and palace master Han were smiling on the surface, their hearts were bleeding. Even if they were eating delicacies, the more they ate, the more bitter and sad they felt. Both of you. After 3 rounds of wine, Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, for our friendship, let's drink this bowl of wine. Sect Master Rin and Hall Master Han raised their cups. They had only drunk for 2 hours, but each day felt like a year to the 2 of them. After the banquet ended, the drunk Jun Changshao sent them to the mountain gate. He affectionately shook their hands and said, in the future, let's visit each other more often to improve our relationship. Another notification. It seemed that he really had to pay tribute. Of course. Jun Changshao went on, the 2 of you are my Jun Changshao's friends. Whoever dares to cause trouble for you will be my Jun Changshao's, and my eternal sect's enemy. The expressions on the faces of the patriarch and palace master Han were extremely interesting. They finally understood that this fellow was not asking them to pay tribute every year, but to pay protection fees every year. Jun Patriarch, goodbye. Both of you have a safe trip. After watching the 2 of them leave, Jun Changshao forced the alcohol out of his body. He regained his sobriety and muttered, I already said it so clearly, they should understand, right? The system said, why didn't the host directly destroy these 2 third-rate heretical sects and take all their resources? Jun Changshao shook his head. Sects are not like schools. How can they be destroyed so easily? Moreover, these are 2 reputable third-rate heretical sections. Ever since his conversation with that young man in Maple Valley, he realized that the other party would not be willing to hide in the dark. He would definitely make a big move in the future. Keeping these 2 third-rate heretical sects and maintaining a friendship with them was also a consideration for the future. The host is so blackmailing and even wants them to pay protection fees. How can they truly be friends with you? The system said. Friends are proven through actions. Jun Changshao smiled. I will naturally think of a way to make them acknowledge me. Half a month later, the latest issue of the Heroes for Bucks list was released. The Sect of all times rose from the 98th place to the 90th place. After receiving the news, Jun Changshao collapsed in his chair and said, defeating 2 third-rate heretical sects and only rising by a single digit? This is already not bad. Li Luoqiu said, I have observed the recent rankings. Some sects with good potential only rose by 1 or 2 places. It was not bad. However, Jun Patriarch was anxious. After all, he was still 10 places away from the 80th place of the epic mission. No. He must continue to court death and challenge other sections. Jun Changshao calmed down and said, for now, defeating 2 third-rate heretical sects only increased our ranking by 8 places. If we want to rise further, I am afraid we will have to find second-rate sects. Patriarch. Ning Duxing walked in and said, the day of the sect's disciple recruitment is coming soon. Do you have any special instructions? Jun Changshao said, for this recruitment, relax a bit on the assessment. Let the number of disciples reach 30,000. Understood. The Ning brothers could also see that the Patriarch seemed to care a lot about the number of disciples in the sect. Therefore, he lowered the difficulty of the assessment quite a bit. As a result, nearly 5,000 disciples successfully passed and became disciples of the Sect of all times. Ding. Sect members 302-915-0000. Ding. Sect contribution 175-105-0000. Hall Master Li. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao came to the Drizzle Hall and ordered, inform Deacon Zhao of the Certification Center in Qingyang City and ask him to certify the sect's level. Okay. Not long after, Deacon Zhao of the Certification Center in Qingyang City received the news and hurriedly informed the headquarters of the Certification Center in the Heavenly Mandate Royal City. Hall Master. Elder Zhou said, Qingyang City sent news that the Sect of all times wants to certify the sect's level. Certifying again? Yi Tianxing was stunned and hurriedly ordered, you and Elder Zhen go quickly. Yes. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen left happily, especially when they thought that they would soon be able to eat the delicacies of their dreams. They almost couldn't stop drooling.